Up, 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 up. All right. Hello and welcome to anyone watching us from the past, present, or future. And welcome to another night where we're building Pokemon for D&D. Yep, that's the name I thought of a week ago, and we're sticking with it. Actually, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So on Sunday, I released a poll, and there were 4 options for this poll. There was Lapras, Zubat, Shadinja, and Gardevoir. And when the poll was coming out, over the last day, I left it out. I saw a lot of people gravitate towards Gardevoir naturally because apparently a lot of people are a bit of fans of Gardevoir because I guess she's just everyone's best friend according to the Pokedex. So I remember that Sunday I was very much thinking, okay, all right, of course Gardevoir was a landslide. This is it. And I saw more votes, and I thought for a moment, oh, Zubat's gonna get, maybe some support, because I see some people in the comments being a bit more vocal about Zubat, because me and the homies all love Zubat. And then, go to sleep, right? And the next day, I wake up, Shadinja had won, by a let me actually look up my poll. Let me do some scrolling on my Twitter. I'm just kind of saying this because I just, genuinely thought, once the votes were coming out, that Gardevoir was going to be, the easy win TM. It just had kind of a smooth... Yeah, so... Yeah, out of 22 votes, Lapras got 9.1%, Zubat got 22.7%, Gardevoir got 27.3%, and Shadinja got a whopping 40.9%. Which is crazy to me. So let me just, for fun. 22 times 0.4. Yeah, this is about 8 of the people. Wait. No, still. I don't know. That just surprises me. So yeah, tonight we're going to do Shadinja. Let's get rid of Magic Pan and loading screen. And dude, let's get into it. After we say hi to Giovanni, because we have to say hi to Giovanni. Oh, let's get rid of statistics there. Don't want anyone to see that. Alright. Hi Giovanni. Alright, now we gotta see how it looks. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. Now let's check how it looks on OBS. A little flaw up. Alright, let's interwebs. By the way, never. Alright, I saw you OBS. I saw you go to 0 for a moment. Yeah, let's get you right here. There we go. Alright, so we are doing Shadinja tonight. Now, if anyone doesn't know what a Shadinja is, Shadinja is based off of a cicada. In particular, it comes from a Pokemon called Nincada, and when it evolves to level 20, it would normally come in Ninjask. However, if you have an empty slot in your party, you'll get Shadinja, which is apparently the husk of the shell as it became Ninjask. And it sort of becomes a bug ghost in that sense. That's pretty cool. Also, I just kind of think it's a fun fact in the current year, this is being recorded in 2022, is the year that cicadas have come out, because cicadas bury themselves for 17 years, come up, scream and fuck, and when the babies are born, they dig under the ground for 17 years, come out, scream, and fuck for like a week, or like a month or so, which is crazy. But yeah, Shadinja is essentially a husk of one of them. There's also like a creepy Pokedex entry talking about how if you look at its back, the crack in its back, it will steal your soul. And I don't even know if you know this about Pokemon, but you're always facing the back spring. So, ooh, spook. Also, I'm just checking. We'll turn down this stuff just a little bit, just to be safe. Just to be safe. Whoa! Didn't mean to. Okay. So, what are we looking for when we're making Shadinja? One, we gotta be an absolute husk of a man. We've got to have died. Because, one, I'll be honest, with a lot of these builds, I'm a sucker for themes of undeath in D&D. For some reason, that fascinates me. Whether it be necromancy, being undead, or working with them in some capacity. I'm just a sucker for it. And this is a perfect opportunity for me to enable that, because you are literally a husk. You are an exoskeleton. You are literally a hollow man. Which is neat. You're a funny little hollow bug. Oh, no concentration caster. Let's go. Oh, you have no idea. Oh, you have. That's a really funny joke, B. How you doing? Also, don't mind if I. Hey, if you also like. What? Why? What? Why did it check me out? No! No, don't check me out. Check me out. I hate it here. I literally copy-pasted your name, Peculiar. I literally copy-pasted your name, B. I feel like I'm going knucking futs. Anyway, if you like similar content, just me how you're gonna build that's weak to a couple of damage types, but immune to anything else. Now, I will say, one of our other goals is gonna be developing Wonder Guard. And I don't know, like, that's something I'm gonna find out if I can do certain damage types. I will be ambitious and just see if we can just not be hit by things in general. We're gonna see what we can reduce to even be immune to as much as possible. We're going to do a lot of spells or abilities that will hopefully prevent us from even taking damage in some shape or form. And that will be our ideal Wonder Guard. But don't know if it's going to be exactly perfect. I have an idea of what I want in the end game. But we can attempt to never be harmed again. Lastly, Heal Block. Now you may ask, why is Heal Block here? Why isn't sucking one's soul into the back of my abyss, that is my back crack? Why is that not your main goal? Well, I just saw in Shadinja's moveset when Heal Block, a move that prevents a Pokemon from healing by any means, was introduced. Shadinja consistently gets that level up, and I think that's kind of quirky. And there's quite a few there's only a few spells in D&D that allow that, but I think it's neat. Alright. So, first off, what even are we? You know, we're a tiny little bug man. Like, how fucking big even is Shadinja? Like, is he even a foot tall? How tall even is Shadinja? Like, is he like an inch? Oh, I'm sorry, he's 2 feet tall. It's 2'7". My bad. But we are going to go to our favorite site in the world, our most delightful little place, and we're going to be looking at the Reborn. Now, the Reborn in D&D is a recent race that came out in Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, which is a set, especially you're like, hey, do you want your gothic horror land? Kree Reborn would be your best guess. Maybe. I don't really like a lot of the features for the Kree. I don't feel like they fit aside from bug vibes. Because Kree also have a lot of telepathic powers. And they got, like, I think, what are they? Do they have stuff with their hands? What's their hand stuff? Because they got something with them hands. Those horrible hands. Let's see. This is UA, because I don't think Wikidata is updated towards Spelljammer quite yet. Yeah, we don't really have a secondary group of arms to work with. I also don't think that we have telepathic powers. But because I think with Reborn it only really matters for movement speed or any proficiencies, I think we could just go for that flavor. Perfectly fine. Alright. So, we are going to be Reborn. So, basically what a Reborn is. My day's going pretty good, Gift of Gabby. It's been pretty chill. I'm really excited to stream because I haven't streamed in 2 days and my brain wanted to scream. But now I can, and it's great. It's a small thing, but I missed it, especially on my own channel. But I hope your day's going well. We're making Shadinja for D&D. Just to catch you up to speed, our goal is to make a husk of a man, try to get as close as we can to Wonder Guard, and also maybe see if we can prevent any healing with some of our attacks, because Shadinja can use Heal Block, a move that he has learned consistently with level up. Session 0 went well tonight outside of internet connection. Yo, nice! Congratulations! That's always great. Hope everything looks great. I mean, like, Section 0 is a very exciting time. Alright, so, as a Reborn, we get, let's see what our ability score increases are exactly. Increase any ability score by 2, and increase a different one by 1. Increase these 3 different or increase 3 different ability scores by 1. So this is Proto Tasha's, and it's like, alright buddy, we're about to go knucking fucks. About fuck it, what do you want? So for our ASIs, not ASIs, our bonuses, we are going to go, I know I want one of them to be. I don't know what the other one is. So, we're gonna have +2 intelligence. Hi Ian, how you doing? We just started, and we're making Shadinja for D&D. Once again, I'm gonna catch you up to goals. Our goal is to make a husk of a man, because that is literally what Shadinja is. Try to develop a Wonder Guard, if we can. See what we could do there. And give spells to prevent healing, because Shadinja has consistently learned the spell Heal Block, which prevents Pokemon heal. I think that's just neat. Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling too well, but I hope I can help you spend the time while you are feeling uncomfy. But yeah, we're definitely gonna get a +2 int, because that's gonna be what we want. We shouldn't get a +1 con, because Shadinja is like 1 health. I'm sorry guys to spoil, but our 1 health Bug Boy is going to dub con. I'm so sorry everyone. I hate to break it to you. We wouldn't use strength. My gut's kind of telling me wisdom. Because my meta brain is going, well, you should probably go for Dex, because Dex is always a good start if you're dumping Con. By the way, your brain is Kermit the Frog now. But also consider, this is a jaded little bug who has died. Perhaps he's learned some wisdom in his older years. So, I'm kind of just vibing wisdom. Because yes, we could get good decks, but I don't think that's... I don't feel like that fits Shadinja. When I see Shadinja, I think of a wise man who's seen too much. Also, that makes him a lot more defensive towards spells, because a lot of spells use wisdom saving throws if it's not dex. So I've justified it with science. It's not science. It's, mathematics. We're gonna be small, because we are 2 feet tall. Hi, El, how you doing? Alright. We still count as humanoids, so we're not crazy like the centaur. Which, by the way, I just want to go on a side tangent about the centaur. So the Reborn is essentially like a class that's supposed to be not undead. And I get why they choose humanoid as opposed to undead, because they don't want you immune to healing spells. And a lot of spells that explicitly say, oh, undead don't count. But also, man, centaurs being straight up Fae now makes them crazy, because now it's like, now a lot of spells that are specifically humanoid just straight up don't work, so they use higher level spells to make things work, and I just think that's wacky. I'm doing pretty good. I know over the last 2 days I was like, man, I can't stream, and it's literally just because of scheduling, and I hate it here. But no, I'm really vibing, and I'm really excited about this. I'm doing pretty well. We get 30-foot walking speed, the standard. We get Ancestral Legacy. I've only made it a Reborn once, and that was for someone else, so I don't even... Let's see. If you replace a race with a lineage, you keep the following elements of that race. Any skill proficiencies you gain from it, any climbing, flying, or swim speed is gained from it. If you don't keep any of these elements, or you choose this lineage, a character creation, you gain a proficiency of 2 skills of your choice. So, I think because if we did theoretically make us undead of like the funny new bug boys and Spelljammer, we really wouldn't get any of the benefits from here, like skill proficiencies or any different types of mobility. So let's see what kind of proficiencies we kind of want to get, because here's the mindset that I want to pitch to you all, right? So here's kind of the background I'm thinking of for Shadinja. I imagine Shadinja as a character, right? I think the best way to compare this is that he's a nobody from Kingdom Hearts. Like, I feel like he remembers being an Inkeda, being a young man, living his life, enjoying the dirt, digging around, after so long of being underground, or sort of concealed in an isolated area, finally able to come out, experience the sunshine, and having this moment of happiness and just simply excitement, all these new emotions. And then something happened. They don't know what happened, but they know they woke up as a shell, hollow and scared. Scared that they know they are no longer truly alive, and that they're a husk of whatever they once were. And fearing what could happen to him, not only being physically frail, but maybe even spiritually frail. And just a lot of existential dread. But I'm thinking before the existential dread, what kind of skills would a funny little dirt bug have? Let's just see. What kind of... Because we got 2 proficiencies. Because might as well be its own background. Let's just look at D&D skills. Because I just need a list. Alright, so... I think nature kind of makes sense. Because, you know, they were out there. They lived in nature for, like, a week, and that was it. You know, I feel like they have some understanding. Oh wow, they have the Roll20 AI images. Wow, how quirky. Oh, is this in Roll20? It's not even from Roll20. Crazy. Maybe stealth too, just to hide from predators. Oh wait, hold on, Pan. Quick question. How did you get that Pokemon KB send in game chat? Are you talking about when he has the Pokemon over in the screen? I think that's through Streamlabs. Now, I know I was gifted Streamlabs, but also my brain tells me it's a horrible idea just because I feel like it would cluster the screen. So I haven't played around with Streamlabs and any of the Pokemon features there. Damn it, Fanfi escaped. A Yakuza slammed the desk and walk away. So yeah, we're gonna give Shadinja some proficiency in nature and stealth. I'm thinking nature because again, they sort of got a lay of the land and sort of like know generally like, hey, what's the good parts I should put? Like, through that likely like month of living that they had before becoming shelled. Oh no, I mean the Pokemon you get from the V code on the V, it said? Oh no, I totally didn't get that. I totally didn't get the Victini, because he's not a rock type. He doesn't belong on my sword team. And he never will. But no, I did not get a Victini. But yeah, and I feel like when, I'm good, Hell Knight, but I appreciate the offer. And I feel like stealth probably comes from avoiding predators or other kind of monsters that would be out there, especially because he's just a little bug guy. He's a little bug guy. I hate if bird folk came around and try and munch on it. Deathless nature. You've escaped death, a fact represented in the following benefits. Advantage on saving throws against diseases and being poisoned. So let's just do advantage on saves against poison. Resist poison damage. Advantage on death saving throws. So that means if we are ever below 0 and are bleeding out, we can still be stubborn and not die outright. We'll definitely be fainted, but we can see if we can still survive the incident, yeah. Just like how we did before. We don't need to eat or sleep. And immune to mat. Alright, and we basically have like the trance. No eat, no sleep, no drinky. Does it have any other feature? God damn it, it's okay. And only 4 hour rests. We don't need a long rest. We have basically elven rests. Alright, we're gonna need you to move a little bit more, Shadinja. Thank you. Alright, and lastly, we're gonna get knowledge of a past life. You temporarily remember a glimpse of the past, perhaps faded memories from ages ago or a previous life. When you make an ability check that uses a skill, you can roll a d6 immediately after rolling a dice and add the number on the d6 to your check. You can only use a feature equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain. Okay, I was reading it carefully because I didn't know if you could declare it before the DM decides if it passes or fails. Because that's how a lot of the like the more modern slower dice rolls go. But here, we can just add a d6 no matter what, as long as it equals to our proficiency modifier, which is quite a few times throughout the game. So yeah, it's pretty good for just any ability check specifically. Okay. Got it. Hey, not bad. Time to summon a demon of most foul. Let's see who's on the menu tonight. Oh, looks like it's the owl right there. He's peeking on his little bug boy. He's getting a bit hungry, but that's why we got stealth, so we can hide from the hungry birds. Alright, so for our background, this one we're kind of like into, because I know I want background. I want Shadinja to be happy. I'm thinking we're gonna need something that's kind of isolating, because I sort of want to capture that idea of a cicada who's been isolated for 17 years and then finally gets to see the world. So, and I don't feel like I was thinking for a moment noble, because that could really be a good way to isolate a character right there, just because, you know, as nobility you could be locked into a certain world. But I don't think that quite fits, because I feel like Ninjask has a very humble background. I don't think he comes from anything fancy, and unlike Amy, Demon President. But yeah, I feel like it's a lot more of a humble background. I mean, you don't want to make him depressed? Oh, no, you see, I do. I do want him depressed. I just don't want him to start off being depressed. Because we need to see we need to know the travesty. You know, we gotta... A real tragedy needs happiness at the beginning, so we understand why it's horrible. So, we can't... I don't think Noble would work, because I feel like that makes him a bit more special than I'd like him to be. So maybe we can take on Hermit. Okay, yeah, that could be... Never mind. Pan's worse. Yeah, that's like the main thing I remember when learning about Romeo and Juliet. Which, by the way, I don't think this is a hot take, but if Romeo and Juliet is the peak of your peak romance, I'm so sorry for you. That is not a romantic book or play. That is a play specifically about, man, kids will make really dumb decisions for very impulsive thoughts. But here we could have, you know, here's what I'm kind of thinking now. I really like the idea of Shadinja as a young Nikeda was like, maybe these Ninkadas were sort of part of like a colony system, right? Where like they're sort of disposed into like their own little chambers deep underground, like maybe somewhere between underground and the Underdark, and they aren't allowed to climb out till they're old enough, so they're just sort of isolated. And I kind of like the idea of how we get these proficiencies is that maybe Shadinja like knows religion because maybe there's like this sense of faith for like, yes, you stay here for a certain time and you're rewarded for a grand moment, and then you go even further to heaven. Like sort of like this idea of like when you escape from the underground, you can really ascend, you grow these wings and you fly around, you experience all the emotions that you felt like you never had or were missing out on. And I don't know, I think that's kind of interesting. I think that that could also explain why Shadinja takes the halo when they become Shadinja, because maybe to them it's like an idea of like, no, I may not have had wings, but I will still ascend and I want to feel whole like the others. Ugh. And I guess imagine medicine I kind of picture more as just Shadinja knows how to take care of him real quick. Oh, hello! Hello, I'm gonna try and pronounce this right. Corrupted Star. Question, are they familiars or are they encounters? Also, hey there. So, we are trying to make, here in building Pokemon for D&D, we try to make them into player characters. Specifically from level 1 to 20. For our goals with Shadinja, we're basically trying to make him into a husk of a man, because Shadinja is a hollow shell. We're gonna try and see what we could do about Wonder Guard and how we can prevent weaknesses, how can we prevent damage in any way, and Heal Block, because I just kind of find it interesting that Shadinja gets to learn Heal Block and just makes people not heal. And there's a few niche spells in D&D that allow you to do that. And I don't know, I just think that's neat. So yeah, we made him a reborn, so that way we can have him be a Husko man. And we're talking about sort of the Shadinja backstory that we're sort of developing. And what I've been kind of brainstorming out loud is that Shadinja, as a young Ninkata, was sort of like any other cicada, just sort of underground, isolated. Maybe not asleep, but in this case more like separate, like small little burrowed homes, and had this belief of when they come out, they will ascend and experience true happiness. That's how he gets the religion proficiency with hermit background. However, when Shadinja came out to the surface, he broke out. He remembers going up to the surface, and then he wakes up an empty shell, not seeing anyone else, and feeling incredibly vulnerable, and has an existential crisis. Not enough ways to give this boy vulnerability. Do worse versus the coast. Come on, just kill us. Give players weaknesses. Like, the only time I've ever had vulnerability in D&D was when my Necromancer became a water vampire, and he got a regeneration, so he would get 10 HP at the beginning of every round, but he was vulnerable to fire damage, and fire damage would prevent him from regenerating, which is pretty cool. I had to get a magical tattoo to make it neutral, when normally it would make me resistant, so... Hey, it's also a good way to make your players spend money. Tap's head, tap's head. But yeah, let's see what else we get from Hermit background. We also get Herbalism Kit. So, yeah, I imagine with medicine, I imagine Shadinja was never, like, as a young cicada, like, they're isolated and essentially barely having a lot of resources. So I feel like the medicine is more so just maintaining their health for an extended period of time, while just believing that soon we'll get to the surface and everything will be better. Everything will be better. Like, just wait this time and learn how to take care of myself so I can get up there. Agreed. We need more weaknesses. Like they're going to totally require more water than average. I know, back to the water vampire, what I had to do is I had to like submerge myself for at least an hour, or I was able to cast Fog Cloud at will, so I would have to like spend an hour hotboxing, essentially in a fog cloud. But that's why you can also get spells like Mold Earth and Shape Water, so you can have like a little bath, a little hidden bathtub. Alright, we can also get another language. Now, right now we just have Common. So, let's see, what is... You know? I feel these guys are religious, right? So... I'm kind of feeling that they would want more... I think they'd want Celestial, so let's add Celestial. Because, like, my gut feeling there from one was like, oh, what if it's a bit more culty, and it's secretly like a demon or devil deal, and I feel like Shadinja is a lot more of an anomaly than the standard. Because if they were a standard, right, then I don't think Shadinja would, or the Ninkadas would have, well, they would probably have strong convictions, but I think then it would be more demonic or fiendish. But here I feel like it's a lot more of just a, Shadinja's the exception here. He's an anomaly. Now let's see, what other weird things we get? We get a scroll case filled with notes. Scroll case of notes and prayers. So Shadinja has his thoughts and prayers on him at all times. Oh, he's got a winter blanket. That's how he's gonna get the ice immunity. No ice types allowed here. That's how we do it. That's how we win ice types. Another way of killing every creature in D&D handbook, wanna hear? Let me guess. Casting Disintegration high enough. Cause that'll do it. That'll do it for a lot of cases. No. Well, I'm gonna, if you wish to elaborate, I'll pull up the standard stat array because it may be standard, bucko, but for me, I always roll because I'm an absolute Chad. And I don't look at standard that much. Like, throughout the last few weeks when I've been doing this, the only time I look at standard. I look at it like once a week. But we're gonna have our 15 into intelligence. So that is going to be 17. We're gonna put our dump stat into 9. No concentration, no health. If anything, I'd like it lower. But hey, I'm playing it to how you would be able to in an illegal D&D game. So we're just gonna go that way. Let's see. I don't think we're gonna have a lot of strength. So I'm gonna have that as a 10. You see, really here, it's when you play as a character that it's a lot of explicit weaknesses, you have to go more for narrowing down what you actually wait. Consider. Shadinja actually is a lot more of a physical attacker, actually. like, okay. I want to show you Shadinja's stats, because Shadinja is a Gen 3 Pokemon, and it shows. My reasoning of why he's very much a Gen 3 Pokemon, simple. He's a physical attacker. And that is because in Gen 3, Ghost and Bug were both physical types. So any move of Bug or Shadow, or Bug of Ghost, was always physical. So yeah, so you see a lot of moves here like Absorb, Shadow Ball, not very good for him. Even back in the day. Like, back here, like, Leech Life's pretty solid. Oh, wow, he doesn't learn a lot of attacking moves. Cool. Oh, cool. His moveset's incredibly limited. Alright. But yeah, he's a physical attacker. So, maybe as a treat... Maybe as a treat, we give him strength. Did I miss how you plan on making his Wonder Guard? I have not talked about how yet, but that is in the goals. To catch you up to speed, Silver Frog, our goal is to make a husk of a man, which we've succeeded by making him reborn. We are going to try and do Heal Block, Wonder Guard, and also work with Heal Block, because that's just a move he gets consistently. So actually, oh, okay. So I'm gonna see Corrupted Star's little plan here. Also, wait, is chat not showing up on stream? Because I feel like it normally is, so this presents a problem. Oh, great. I gotta make a new chat. Oh, nope, chat is showing. Okay. Got it. Alright, so step 1, be a wizard. Step 2, cast blindness. Ooh, now that already is a gamble. Trust me, I played as a wizard with blindness and deafness, and I don't think I've ever had it work ever, but let's say it did work. 3, cast Prismatic Wall above your enemy. Step 4, cast Reverse Gravity. Step 5, cast Damaging Spell. Doesn't matter what, as long as it doesn't affect Prismatic Wall or Gravity. Step 6, watch enemy go through the Prismatic Wall. Step 7, Reverse Gravity. Watch everything happen. 100d6 damage. Turns 300. Or damage turns 300. At best case scenario, 175 damage. Worst case scenario. Neato. I don't know. Is Prismatic Wall concentration? Because I know blindness, deafness is concentration. So keep aware of that. No, wait. No, okay, I'm just taking DS myself. But anyway, so you know what? Why don't we give that 10 to more? So, okay, why don't we give him a little bit above average strength out of respect of Shadinja having just, like, let's give him a 12. Just out of respect of his 90 big... Oh, child spoke. But let's give him a +1 out of respect of his 90 hours. Let's make... I feel like 10 would be charisma, because I don't feel like they have a lot of social skills. but they're a bit more physically frail than they are socially awkward. We did give our +1 to wisdom to hopefully give us a bit more bulk against wacky spellies. So why don't we put our 13 there, make that a 14. Let's account for that. 0. And then we could put our actual 14 into deck, so hopefully we can have a bit better base AC. Child detected. I just faced the walls and grasped child. Child is found. So, is this build gonna get, one shot when it get... Oh, most likely. Because we're dumping con. Like, ideally, as a wizard, so, if we're going on average, because, spoiler alert, we're going for wizard. Yep, that's right. We're going for low HP, high magical possibilities. So, for reference, I'm gonna be completely honest here. We're gonna commit totally to wizard for this build. And in doing so, our average HP is going to be horrible. Alright, so if we're going on just average HP, Wizard's average is typically 4, because that's the average of a d6. So we are only getting we're initially getting 5 health from level 1, and then let me just do the math of how much our average HP would be. Oh, you're wondering about the owl? This is a demon. This is Stolas. He is a demon prince of hell. He's got about 26 legions of demons. And if you summon him, he'll teach you horrific things like poisonous plants, precious stones, and astrology. He'll tell... Oh, what's this, Stolas? Guys, he knows I'm a Capricorn. He knows I'm a Capricorn, and he knows my lucky numbers. Oh, that is because he is. He's a Owl Prince. Oh, and also, if you don't know, it's upside down, but this is Amy. He is a president of hell with only 6 legions of demons. And if you summon him, he teaches you liberal arts. Anyway, back to Shadinja. Hours ago. But yeah, let me look at what the average hit points you would get if we win from level 1 to 20. Now, level 1, we're gonna get a big HP boost. Because level 1, we get our max health. So that's going to be 5. So we'll be going 19 times 3. Oh! There's the follow. Thank you for the follow, Corrupted Star! If you're interested with anything else, currently there's only 2 demons. But if you're ever interested in checking out what I'm going to be doing next, for any of these D&D, building Pokemon from D&D streams, you can check out my Discord, where about a few days after this stream's done, I will post the character sheet in the Discord for you to look at and use however you want. And additionally, on my Twitter, I run the poll for what Pokemon we're doing next on Sundays before I make my schedule. Of course, I will get a pretty flower. Blah blah. There we go, pretty flower obtained. So, let me just do the math. So, 19 times 3 plus 5. Yeah, so our average hit points for Shadinja is looking 62 hit points at level 20. That's what we're looking at. Which is a treat and a half. If I tell you what. Yeah, no. We are a little creature. He gonna die. That's why we need Wonder Guard. Like, that, like, here's what, again, to paint the picture. Shadinja was once a cicada with faith that one day they could escape the underground and transcend and fly and feel emotions beyond their understanding, and then they woke up. They went to the surface, they went to sleep, and they woke up a shell. And they feel so vulnerable and frail. Oh, hello, Namora! Thank you for the raid! Not gonna lie, I saw you on, and I was excited for you to come on by. How y'all doing? We are making Shadinja for D&D. Once again, I'm going over the goals. To be a husk of a man, develop Wonder Guard the best we can, and have heal block because I think that's neat. Because Shadinja just learned that move. Thank you, Fran Opossum, for the follow. Statistically, leveling up could kill this build up there. Yeah, theoretically, but we're going on average. But that is hilarious, though. Also, thank you, Jay Beastie. But yeah, so far, I was about to go to his backstory that we've established. So, Shadinja essentially was once an cicada, deep underground like a lot of other cicadas, in an isolated environment, with the belief told to them that they would come out in 17 years and ascend and experience emotions in flight that they've never felt before. And when they went to sleep to go to this metamorphosis, they woke up frail and a hollow shell. And as such, now they seek to find ways how to never be hurt again. To never have this glitch, this sense of I should be dead, not happen again. To evade this frail, to keep this thin line between life and death permanently intact. So, yeah. So we're gonna start off as a wizard, because wizards can do a lot of wild shit. We're also gonna have 62 health points on average with our negative wood cord. So we are gonna get prof in int and wisdom saves. We are going to get 2 skills. We're gonna get Arcana for sure, and let's see, what other skill would we I feel like really apply? Because I don't really think he has history, because he's isolated. You know, he probably only has more of the religious background, if anything. So let's give him just Arcana investigation. Like, I feel like they once they became the shell, once they truly became Shadinja, they wanted to learn how the arcane worked, understand the phenomena that made them the way they are, and how to preserve it. And I feel like they may not be perceptive in the sense of noticing small details, but they know how to check up on things and how to notice the aftermath of details. So yeah. Let's see. We get a spell book. So spell books are a lot to explain. So spell books are essentially where we have our spells. And as a wizard, at level 1, we get 6 spells that we just know on the top of our head. And every level afterwards, we get 2 new spells for free. However, as a wizard, we can spend 50 gold per spell level of whatever spell we get. So say we wanted to learn Mage Armor, if we didn't already. We could pick it up for about 50 gold, or at least we can write it into our book using 50 gold, and we can have Shield, despite the fact it wasn't in our initial 2 spells that we learned every level. But if we did a second level spell like Blindness and Deafness, that would be 100 gold. It keeps on stacking. So yes, for this video, I'm going to specifically do the 2 levels you get per spell or so, because when you're playing a wizard, you're probably going to pick up spells that are going to be a lot more situational to what you need, because wizards are very much a class built around problem solving and finding out what was that missing piece that you had. So I'm just going off of spells that I think would fit the vibe. But if you feel like if you were playing a wizard, then go Nucking Funds. Thank you for the hydrate, JB Steve. The Chad Pan Naps explaining the minute of class features. You won't get kind of... Oh, thank you! Thank you, B. I think it's kind of important, because I do understand that I build an audience around D&D, but I also know not everyone knows about D&D, and I think it's also just fun talking about the mechanics, especially for something like the Wizard, which is something I have 2 years in a row of experience in. No, I'm not even talking about me as Pan Naps. I'm talking about just playing a wizard in D&D. I just know it. So yeah, because I've learned from my mistake of SnowRun build that if I told you all recommended spells, it would take forever. So to prevent how long this forever build will take, I will just go for the basics, right? Because again, as a wizard, you're probably gonna be picking up a lot more spells, and excessive. I'm just gonna look at my own D&D Beyond character sheet for my Necromancer Yorick, and Yorick, he was after the game was done, he got promoted to level 17 from level 14, and he knows 58 spells. He just knows 58 spells. And according to the book, right, if he didn't buy any spells, he would only have he would only have 6 plus 44, so he would have about 50 spells. So 8 of those spells that he has, at most he would have 50 spells. So a lot of these spells were bought. He either made them or had to buy them from other places. So that's the big thing about Wizard, is that you have the most magical options. Now you may wonder, oh my god, I have so many options. How is this remotely balanced? Well, something you'll need to know with your spell book is you can only prepare an amount of spells equal to your wizard level plus your proficiency. So at our level, we can prepare up to, we got +3 intelligence and we're level 1. So we can prepare 4 out of the 6 spells we currently know. And you may worry, oh no, what if my spell book gets destroyed? Don't worry, you spend what is it? Yeah, I think it's about 10 gold for each spell you've copied. So it costs a little bit, but you can get it back relatively cheap in comparison. For each level, but still, that is a 5%. That is a massive discount. So, yes, it's quite a bit. We also, before we go into the heck that is spells, before we go into the spell purgatory, because I'm gonna be real with you, the wizard class is mostly, what spells do you want? Yeah, you get any spell. What do you want? What do you want, boss? They chill out with class abilities, because unlike sorcerer, which needs them, the wizard doesn't. Would you like to hear about one of your D&D characters who is in a hilarious set? Of course! I'd love for you to talk about that while I talk about Arcane Recovery. See, that's a smooth transition. So Arcane Recovery is going to be a saving grace for you as a wizard, because you're going to be casting so many spells. So Arcane Recovery essentially is one of the few abilities in the game that lets you regain spell slots. The only other characters that can do this in the game are sorcerers with meta magic, and a specific type of druid. So as a wizard, you can spend once per day, when you finish a short rest, you choose to expend spell slots to recover. The spell slots have a combined level equal to or less than half your wizard level rounded up. Now remember, kids, remember that it's rounded up, because say when you're a fifth level wizard, you can get a third level spell slot back, even though you think that'd be at 6th level. No, you can get your highest level spell slot typically back. A good way to remember this is that about every other level or so is about when you're gonna get a new. It's every like 2 levels or so you get a new level of magic. So for example, level 1, you get first level spells. At level 3, you'll get second level spells. Level 5, you'll get third level spells, and it kind of continues infinitum. So keep that in mind, and that's why rounding up is very good. It does cap towards 6th level spell slots, but that is still a lot. You could theoretically Circle of Death a man, a massive group of people, twice a day, which is insane. Not even a warlock could do that. Or even a sorcerer, because for sorcerers I think only capped to 5th level spells to recover. So that's pretty good. But examples they give in the player's handbook is a 4th level wizard can recover either 1 2nd level spell slot or 2 1st level spell slots. So it gives you a bit of flexibility of how you want to distribute your arcane recovery. Alright, so let's start with cantrips. Let's start on the wizard train. Choo choo. So we get 3 cantrips, and we are going to immediately go for Chill Touch, because Chill Touch will follow our heal block criteria. Because Chill Touch is a really interesting spell, and I learned this more as a necromancer. It's very niche, but it's good for if you just want necrotic damage, but it's even better if you want to play on its niche. So essentially, this is a spell that has pretty big range. It's 120 feet, which is far. And you essentially summon a ghost hand, and when you roll a spell attack, so you have to roll to hit, and when it hits, it deals 1d8 necrotic damage, scales up as you level up, and throughout the next round, it cannot heal hit points until the start of your next turn. Additionally, if the target is undead, it has disadvantage against attack rolls on you specifically till the end of... Yes, against you specifically until the end of your next turn. So typically this is a good spell to recommend to necromancers if you're fighting other undead and you don't want them to hurt you. Even if it doesn't do damage to them, you'd still hit them and that effect still lasts. Additionally, if you're fighting, say, like a troll or even a vampire, that could be a good way to prevent their healing. It's a very niche counter, but it's a very nice, just early level spell to have. It's a spell where, like, when you have to point that out, you feel powerful. So, Chill Touch there. Now let's look at our other 2 cantrip possibilities. So, let me see. Let's see, Blade Ward. Okay, so Jay Beastie has updated. So my group was doing a holiday story and could make new character, and could make new characters to use. I decided to use Aarakocra and did stat rolls. One stat was a 4, which was a surprise. Then another one rolled 18. Ooh boy, the duality of dice is a powerful, powerful thing. Also, I swear, I like spooked chat and I didn't see your big thing come on to stream. So, you know what? First, I'm just gonna make another. I feel like it's time to make chat a. Because yes, this is the 8th time I've had to mess with chat. Let's compare the size, so let's make you... And I'm gonna make chat 7 unseen, make you above chat 7. There we go. Alright. Cool. Alright. So, let's look at Blade Ward. Mostly because Blade Ward is kind of like... It's not a great spell. But I do think it kind of fits flavor of our boy who doesn't want to be hurt. Again, TM. So, I feel like we're going to pick it up. Because, again, I feel like... So what Blade Ward does is, for your turn, it's an action to cast, so it lasts for the whole turn. You extend your hand and trace a sigil of warding in the air until the end of your next turn. You have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage dealt by weapon attacks. So this way, if you feel like you want to just survive and be a coward, you can. If you don't know what else to do with your turn, you could do Blade Ward. Excuse me. It's not always the most popular spell, because, well, you're wasting a turn for it. But I'm kind of thinking in the mindset of this person who doesn't want to be hurt, because they know their shell is fragile, and they want to preserve it. Also, at most, you'll have 62 health points, so any kind of way to reduce damage is the way to go. Also, congratulations, you're probably playing one of the only wizards who has Blade Ward. And additionally, let's see, what other... Oh, we gotta have Infestation, because we're Bug Boy. We're Bug Boy. We can't be a Bug Boy and not have Infestation. Wait, hold up, can Shadinja... Shadinja totally gets Infestation. 6, right? Right, they get Infestation? Don't even get Infestation. Do they get it from breeding? They don't. Wow. Interesting. This ninja learned it. Come on. No. That's interesting. Alright, Corrupted Star, thank you for stopping by. How are you gonna do the leveling thing for these characters? So basically, I probably should have done it before I put information on this slide. But essentially, I'll get this slide and copy paste it so I can work on it level by level till we get to level 20. So, for when we get Infestation anyway, just because I like the bug flavor and I like it summoning other bugs. So, if you're wondering, why do we pick up Infestation? It involves bugs. You basically summon a lot of bats, bugs, or any type of vermin, and the opponent has to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failure to take 1d6 poison damage, which honestly, not the best damage type in the game, but hey, it's funny, and we have bugs. And again, can't just all scale up, and the target must move in a random direction. You roll a d4 to determine which direction it will go, and the movement does not provoke opportunity of attack, unfortunately. But hey, you can set up movement. You can set up positions, which is the real big brain goal.
Now we get to go to the part where I have to ask myself, am I having fun yet? By finding 6 level 1 spells.
Because let me tell you, when making my Necromancer Uric, I sure was expecting we were gonna go at level 3, but then we went for a level 2, and that completely changed how I was gonna get any of my spells. Because I was thinking, oh cool, I get 8 spells, I could just divvy them up from first and second level. But I do feel like it was key to my wizard experience, because that's what I learned. Wizards are very utility, not that much damage. So, immediately with these spells, we're gonna pick up we're just gonna pick up a 6. Oh, okay, we got an update on JZ Beastie. He made the Aircrook an assassin rogue with a pirate background, but the 18 in Dex, but the 4 intelligence, a classic dump stat. He's short, round, and fidgets, doesn't speak much. He wields hand crossbow, uses forks as ammo, like Dinkelhoppers. And will also thrown by hand, sometimes to attack someone just to annoy. He is well known as the deadly assassin known as Turk, but his real name is Thomas Ebenton. Man, like, I understand that's probably a play on Thomas Edison, but I really like the idea of butchering Thomas Edison's name more and more. Like, this is Thomas Edison. Alright, so initially we're gonna need some Ebon Talon. Oh, that's cool. Ebon Talon. That, you see, that's a lot cooler. But my wizard brain, which you may think can spell good. I can spell good, I can't spell good. Or read good. But yes. Anyway, so one spell we're going to immediately want for sure is Mage Armor. Now, Mage Armor is a simple but effective spell that is in a lot of wizards' wish lists. And essentially what it does is for the next 8 hours. So this is a spell you can cast once and just have it prepare for basically the whole day. In adventuring terms, you magically have your AC start at 13 plus your Dex modifier. So essentially, our 12 AC becomes a 15 AC, which is a lot better. With the Pokemon have acid stuffs. I don't imagine Shadinja specifically having an acid build, but I would totally love making an acid build, because I think about making acid builds all the time, because I love Copper Dragons, and I really want to rework Draconic Sorcerers and just go crazy on an acid build. But I don't, unfortunately, I don't think we'd have an initial... I don't think we'd have the acid powers. But we're gonna get Mage Armor. Additionally, so we don't get hit, to prevent a chance from us even taking the hit, we are going to also pick up Shield. Where are you, Shield? There you are, you son of a bitch. So, Shield is a reaction, which means if someone is attacking, if it is between your turn, you can just go, nope, I do this. And by doing so, you can create an invisible barrier, a magical force, and gain a +5 to your AC until the start of your next turn. So, presume we have Mage Armor up, and we have 15 AC. With Shield, that is a 20 AC for an entire turn. And that's really cool. And also, if you're fighting another wizard, you can also just not take magic missile damage, which how that spell works is automatic damage. So that's neat, and a good way for us to feel safe in our horrified little hollow world. He can somewhat. Okay, so continue to the. Continue to the Jay-Z Beastie. He can somewhat understand speech, but cannot speak well himself, as so he has a name tag. The problem is that his name tag doesn't even have enough room for Thomas, Turk, Eben Talon, so his name is Tom Turkey. Oh, that is... I love that. I love that. So, yes. So we've got some defense. Additionally, I think a good one to have, because someone did mention elements, I think a good way to have us protected against a lot of the elements is absorb elements. Now, absorb elements is another reaction. So, for example, someone's attacking us with fire, or ice, or lightning, right? We can simply pick up, we can simply go, I would like not to deal with that as bad. And for this moment, we would have a brief resistance to the targeting damage, which would be, again, acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. And at the start of our next turn, if we have any melee attacks, we can add that damage equal to a d6 onto any melee attacks. And we got pretty decent melee. I don't mean to brag, but we have a +1. So if we have a quarterstaff, we can have a... Not to brag, but we can do mediocre damage with that. Probably goes out of time, but would ghost types have pass without trace? I think that would depend on the ghost type, honestly, because some ghosts are known to be specifically stealthy, and a lot of the others are a lot more ooga booga booga. To quote, how Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I almost called Eustace Courage the Cowardly Dog. Howard Courage the Cowardly Dog. I would have felt like a fool live on Twitch.tv, but I didn't. Okay, good. It does get smaller. But yes. So that is a good way for us to get some basic type coverage. Ooh. I'll be right back because I have to go to the little fawn's room. That's right. I'm going back to the piss house. I'll be back momentarily.
guys, don't mean to brag, but the piss speed run was very successful. Now, we didn't break the record, but we did pretty well. I think with a few retries, I think we can get close to at least top 50.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh man, jeez, there's forks everywhere, guys. Oh, jeez, I can understand. Guys, I understand the spoons, right? Like the spoons, I get it. I understand. I always did. The forks, really, guys? Come on. Come on, they're sharp and pointy, and they can get stuck into things, and can also maybe hurt you sometimes. Come on, guys. Come on. Anyway, so we got 3 more spells! Wizards. One way to help us out... Oh, more information about Turk? Absolutely. He's a turkey that escaped the pilgrims and vowed revenge against... Nice. Turkey vengeance. So, here's a spell that is very helpful for our ghosty vibes. So, False Life is essentially one of our answers to try and... Well, okay, no, hold up. Should I even get False Life? So what False Life is essentially Wizards of the Coast going, "Oh, wizards, our most beloved child, along with the cleric, who I love dearly, and all the other classes could starve to death. I must say, you have a lot less HP than anyone else. What if I gave you some more hit points so you could survive?" And initially I was thinking, oh, this would fit because, like, it's not really hit points, it's temporary hit points, which is essentially bonus hit points that you can't get while you're healing. It's essentially buffer HP. And, you know, False Life is really good, and it fits sort of the idea of being undead. But then I also thought, hey, that feels like cheating. That's like what a cheater would do, right? Because that's giving Shadinja more hit points. And False Life can give you a lot of hit points. Because what False Life typically does is at first level, you drink some booze and you get 1d4 plus 4 temporary hit points. So that's at least 5 temporary hit points. Because at least one hit, like pretty decent hit at that level. But for every level above first level, you get 5 more hit points. So that's a d4 plus 9 at second level casting, which is really good, and it keeps on scaling off of that. So essentially, it's 4 plus whatever multiple of 5 you get, and that's a lot. Especially because a lot of it is fixed. But I don't feel like that fits Shadinja, because Shadinja is very much a no HP boy. So you know what? I think we should commit to the 62 health. All we have to do is not get hit. Let's see what we can do then. So for a bit more defenses, right. Actually, Corrupted Star, I hate to break it to you, Shadow would not be a rogue, because Shadow's not a skill monkey. If anything, I think he'd be a fighter, specifically the gunslinger from Matthew Mercer, because we know he uses guns a lot, and, oh wait, no, I think if anything, he could be, that would be one interpretation of Shadow. Another interpretation of Shadow, probably him being actually more of a sorcerer. Maybe a sorcerer fighter multiclass, or Eldritch Knight, maybe even Echo Knight. But I don't think he's a rogue. I feel like it's a common misconception of the rogue, that the rogue is just the shady class, like, oh, I misunderstood and my life is tragic. Like, yeah, okay, like, that happens a lot with rogues, but that's not what rogue is about at its core. The rogue is mostly about doing really well at certain skills, and also moving around a lot. Like, I won't deny that Shadow probably has levels in rogue, But I think he dips into Rogue. I think he only dips to the 2 levels in Rogue. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread your statement. I didn't realize you said that there was a homebrew that Shadow the Hedgehog himself is a subclass. Alright, so we are going to get, for another one of our spells, Protection from Good and Evil. So, what Protection from Good and Evil does is, first off, it's a lot more powerful than I thought it was when I first read it. Because when I first read, Protecting from Good and Evil, and I had this belief for a long time, I thought you only chose which you were protected from. I did not realize you are protected from all of the following creatures, which is why playing Wizard is a great experience, because you really start reading spells. I think more so than other classes, just because there's a lot of options. But Protection from Good and Evil really lowers the chance of us even being hit by anything that's really not humane, or like anything from like the prime material or anything you would find out in the wild. Because until the spell ends, which could be up to 10 minutes, you essentially give protection to you or another creature against aberrations, so basically any aliens or Cthulhu men, celestials, so God has a hard time hitting you, elementals, fae, fiends, and the undead. While you have the protection, any creature of these types have disadvantage on attacking you. So again, strongly preventing any chance of actually attacking us. Target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them, which is always neat. Possession's not often, but hey, if you're fighting a ghost, you don't have to worry about being possessed by ghosts or being frightened by demons, because demons like doing that a lot. Target has advantage on any new saving throw against the relevant effects if they are already dealing with them. So, yeah, very good for us if we're encountering other ghosts, or if we're dealing with, more elemental types that we already have trouble with, psychic types. It gives us a lot of protection, and makes it less likely for them to hit us. Hey, Crystal, how we doing? Just hopping in saying hi, I'm starting school tomorrow. Hey, get your rest and I hope you do well. I know I started going back to wizard school, and that's why I couldn't stream on Tuesday and Wednesday, so I understand. I hope you rest well, and I understand that Friday may not be the easiest way to start a school year, but hey, best of luck to you. You'll have a weekend after it. We get 2 more spells. So let's look at our damaging spell, because we need something. Because it's all great to have utility, but you need a little something. And I think what I'm gonna have. Alright, so I'm thinking between 2 options. My brain was initially considering, Ray of Sickness could be a cool idea. But we don't really learn a lot of poison-type moves. We don't really inflict poison normally. I think we can learn Toxic, but, every Pokemon can learn Toxic. So that's not really, different. Let's even look at the modern... Yeah, any Pokemon can learn Toxic. So, of course, you can learn Toxic, but it doesn't really learn ways to poison people. And poison doesn't really affect healing in the game, typically. So, in that case, I think I'm going to go with the Wizard Special Magic Missile. Now, I know for me, I have thought about maybe making a video about recommended spells to pick up as a wizard. And I would say, hands down, Magic Missile is your go-to spell. if you want damage. Because here's the thing. With a lot of cantrips, you either have roll to hits, which are frankly the more likely spells to do damage, or you have saving throws. Saving throws can be a bit tricky because you have to sort of feel out which enemy is more likely to just totally tank it, no problem. But when it comes to damage, Magic Missile is good old reliable, and here's why. Magic Missile has an absurd range of 120 feet, so it can go knocking futz in how far it can go. At level 1, when you initially cast it, it can cast up to 3 glowing darts of magical force. They automatically hit. If you can see it within range, it just hits. It just is damage. And each dart does 1d4 plus 1, and it can either all target one person or separate targets. So level 1, you can do automatically 3d4 plus 3 damage, which is pretty solid. That's probably an average of, let's see, about 6 plus 3. That's an average of 9 damage. At level 1, guaranteed, no save. It just happens unless they're a motherfucker who also has shield, which doesn't happen a lot, but if you're fighting a mage or a wizardly folk, careful otherwise. Or if they have the Brooch of Shielding, don't get me started on the Brooch of Shielding. But no, I found this spell single-handedly, it's the spell I go to, one of the 2 main spells I went for DPS. As a wizard, throughout most of my campaign, it was either Fireball is a massive AoE damage to just spread damage out, or do I just want to hit? Do I just want to do damage to this person right now? Yes, I want Magic Missile. Let's get Magic Missile. So I recommend that for any wizard build. Magic Missile is great. We could flavor this as our Shadow Sneak. We could flavor this as a Shadow Ball or a Phantom Force. Really could we could flavor it as anything. There's a great thing about Magic Missile. As long as it just hits, it works. I'm pretty sure we can even get Aerial Ace, so that's our Magic Missile. I look up at Magic Missile because I can't spell missile good. And let's see what our last level 1 spell. That's right, these are all at level 1. I've been spending like 30 minutes for it. Shield Shirt, there are 2 counters to Magic Missile, and that's Shield, which yes, I have been shielded in Magic Missile once, and it was the worst, because one of our players got true polymorphed into a boot while that was happening, and I was really hoping to just ruin concentration, but damn it, Wizard's smart. Wizard's smart and I hate it. And I didn't even think about counterspell at the time, fuck. Anyway, or if you have the Brooch of Shielding, which is nowadays a bit more of a useful item because Force Damage has been a lot more applicable, but in initial PHB, Player's Handbook, and Dungeon Master Guide level releases, Force Damage was incredibly niche, but like, the Brooch of Shielding is an item that gives you resistance to force damage and immunity to the Magic Missile spell, which is something I really want to use on an NPC as a joke. When someone finally casts Magic Missile, and I can be like, no, you idiot, he's got the Brooch of Shielding, you can't Magic Missile him. And I don't know, I think it's funny. I think it's a way, if you're really sick of your players using Eldritch Blast, that is an item you can do, and you can be like, hey, if you're running in the Warlocks, here. Don't worry about it. But no, Magic Missile is always good, old reliable as a wizard. And lastly, I think Cause Fear would be a fitting spell for a ghost. I want to try something by never the right class. Oof. But here I want to try and make simply. I just want to make us be scary because we're a ghost and we have a story of if anyone sees our back, their soul's taken. So I like the idea of people fearing that. This spell, for some reason, doesn't work on undead. Well, I guess constructs make sense, but I guess I guess vampires don't fear, because alive vampires fear a lot. You awaken a sense of mortality in a creature. Oh, I guess that's why constructs and undead are immune. They essentially have to make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they're frightened against you. The frightened condition is essentially they cannot get closer to you. They always have to go farther away if they move. And if they dare attack you, they have a disadvantage on the attack. So basically, they are shitting their pants, neither want to get away from you or feel like they have to kill you, but they're going to do a horrible job because they're also making their pants filled with PP. I don't know if you know this, that makes your fighting a lot harder. And they can repeat the save at the end of every turn. Totodile, very choice. Alright. I should have... Let's just copy paste this. And we are deleting all of that. All of it. All of it. We get to copy this, so that we can just use that as our template. Level 2. Now at level 2 we get our subclass. And I hope the spells are a good indication where we're going. So I feel like when making this, you know, my brain's like, oh, I can make this a necromancer, but this is not a necromancer build at all. This is an abjuration wizard build, because Shadinja's whole goal is to never be hurt again, to have protection, and essentially finding ways to block things that would be harmful to him. So in doing so, we are going to go to the School of Aberration, which is essentially the magic of protection. In doing so, we get discounts in abjuration spells. They may ask, what do you mean discounts? So normally wizards, when we have our spellbook, cost 50 gold per spell level to add a spell into our spellbook. However, because we majored in abjuration, we know shortcuts and can do it a lot faster. So if you ever pick up spells that are under the abjuration category, you can instead spend 25 gold per spell level for it. You know what you're doing, so you spend a little less money on it. Additionally, at level 2, we get Arcane Ward. Now, Arcane Ward is essentially a little bit of a buffer. It doesn't count as HP, I swear. So it's not the false life situation. But it's a bit of a buffer. You can simultaneously... So, when you cast an Aberration level spell, first level or higher, you can simultaneously use a standard spell of that magic to create a ward around you that lasts until you rest, or long rest, not even just rest. It has as many the ward has as many hit points equal to twice your wizard level plus intelligence modifier. So at this level, it would be a simple about 5 hit point. Wait, 4 plus 3, so that would be about 7 hit points. Probably a decent hit. When we take damage, the ward takes damage instead. If damage reduces to 0, you take anything else. When the ward is at 0, you can essentially cast another abjuration spell at first level or higher and regain hit points to it equal to twice the spell's level. So, say we are hit, say we cast it initially. We cast Mage Armor on ourselves, we have a bit more of a buffer around us, and we can take like a pretty decent hit. If we run out of that, we can cast a shield spell real quick as we are about to take damage, and then we'll essentially get 2 hit points added onto the barrier, essentially giving us ways to reduce damage. Can True Polymorph change one object into a different object? I would say I would allow that because it's transmutation. It is of many forms. And really, it's a 9th level spell, so I feel like rules be damned. for the most part, you're already playing God. It's also a spell that a DM's likely going to use instead of a player. So go knucking futz. You know, it's like Wish. Like, technically you could do anything, but if you play God, you get punished. But, like, it's level 9, baby. Do whatever you want. Because, like, the chances of you actually casting Wish is super unlikely. Alright, so, back to... Well, that was great. Back to wizard spells. That's right, the wizard spell train never ends. We're always on it, we can never leave. So now we're gonna slow the fuck down with how many spells we're getting per level. Because we're only getting 2 now, instead of the whopping 6. Excuse me. So, let's see what we can get. We don't really have ice type moves, so we're not gonna pick up ice knife. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna jump. Let's see, what kind of spells should we pick up? Because again, we don't need necessarily DPS. Silver Barbs could be pretty good, because essentially what Silver Barbs does is you can impose disadvantage on someone and give that luck to someone else to give them advantage. But we're already very reaction heavy. So I don't know if we want that, and I don't really know if we affect the luck of others. I feel like it's a lot more of a luck build. I don't know why your Wi-Fi hates you, but I relate to that very much. If my stream ever crashes, it will, my computer will scream at me, and I will scream at it until it decides to get the good Wi-Fi. Let's see, what else could we get at level 1? Scar Spear is really good. This is the tricky part of Wizard, when you have the option paralysis. I don't know if we really want Illusionary Script. I don't feel like that. Let's look at some Shadinja Wikipedia Pokédex entries to sort of help out with some inspiration here. So, let's look at Shadinja. Entries. Oh, I skimmed past the entries. Did I? Okay, yeah. So, body doesn't move, even a twitch. In fact, the body appears to be merely hollow shell. It is believed that the Pokemon will still spirit of anyone. Yeah, it looks fine. It's hollow back. But in particular, it seems to appear, although in a Pokeball after Nikita evolves, this bizarre Pokemon is entirely immobile, doesn't even breathe. Particularly one that floats in the air, even though its wings remain completely still. The body in itself is hollow and utterly dark. Alright, so maybe something that... no, I don't feel like it fits for us being... because we can't benefit from Whole Person. An immovable object, I think, is a 2nd level spell, and even then it's really restricted. We're definitely not getting jump. We're very not mobile. Ooh! Honestly, hot take. I think it'd be really cool if Sleep started the idea of Shadinja stealing people's souls, quote unquote. Like, I like the idea of them, like, turning their back and have people believe that their soul was sucked out for a second until they resuscitate. Oh my god, you know, okay. So I like the idea of Shadinja essentially, as he grows more powerful, seen as a necromancer because he is essentially a shell of himself and seeking to not be harmed. A lot of people mistake him as like a necromancer who seeks to absorb the souls of many and wants to like reanimate, like get his former body back or some shit. I think that's just fun. So let's get sleep so we can fake stealing people's souls. When you may ask, what does sleep do? Sleep is it's good at higher levels. It's good at lower levels. And a good way to get rid of some mob combats. Since you roll a 5d8, and the total, and the total is how many hit points a creature can affect. So, say if you're dealing with goblins, right, and say each goblin has, or say if you're dealing with commoners, right, you're dealing with like some local guards, they probably have 8 hit points because they have nothing. You could potentially make 5 guards go to sleepy time, right, and it affects in a 20-foot cube. Is it a cube, or does it say within 20 feet? Within 20 feet doesn't specify the shape. That's neat. That's a cute idea. I never thought about that. So you can make it any kind of shape as long as it's within 20 feet. You could assume it's a radius, but it could be a cube. And it starts with the target with the lowest hit points and then goes up. At that point, they are gone to Sleepyville. If they are taking damage or someone panics and shakes them awake, they will then wake up. But yes, as you upcast the spell, you add 2 additional d8s. So ideally, you can make more people go to sleepy by. This could be a good way for you to, again, avoid bigger combats by getting some people passed out, make some sort of guards or mooks waste an action or so to distract them. Or you could also just stop weaker opponents if you want to do things non-lethally, you know, and not be a psychopath. You could do that. You're allowed not to kill people in D&D, and it's crazy. I don't know if we get Alarm, because that's a useful spell to just get, but I don't see Shadinja as... Ooh, actually, would Shadinja be paranoid? Because Shadinja is a very hollow shell, who is very vulnerable. Yeah, but Eyebite's also not good. Oh, thank you for the sub, Silver Frog. Thank you. I'm glad you can enjoy emote power now. We're not getting explicit streak because we're explicitly still. Let's see. You know, let's just get Identify, because Identify is a good spell to always have. This way we can find out. Identify is basically the spell you go when you get a magic item, and you go to the DM like, hey DM, what the fuck is this thing? Please give me the information. And as long as it's not cursed, as long as it's not the cursed information, they'll tell you. So that's pretty neat. I think this is a good spell for a lot of wizards to get. I feel like he would want to know how certain items work to protect himself, and get sort of in the know. So pretty simple spell. Now we get to level 3. At this point, we can cast 2nd level spells, which is an exciting category of spells. One of my favorites. Or at least for some classes. Let's see. So, we could reduce ourselves to become really small. That's kind of funny. Let's see. I don't think Flock Familiars really fits. Gentle Repose is interesting. I don't know if we'd pick it up as our 2 spells to pick from for the level, but I do think that is kind of a fun spell. At least as a ritual. Like, that'd be a spell I'd recommend, like, hey, pick that up if you can. Let's pick up Levitate, so this is how we could be immune to ground-type moves. Or, additionally, get someone else to fly away. So, essentially, I want to read Levitation, because I never feel like I've looked at Levitation. Like, I've used it once as an Urgenasi when I started playing D&D, but I take 5 grains of salt with that. One creature or loose object of your choice that you can see within range rises up 20 feet and remains suspended there for the duration. The spell can levitate targets up to 500 pounds, and an unwilling creature must succeed a Constitution saving throw. If they succeed, they are unaffected. The target can move only by pushing and pulling against a fixed object or surface within reach. So think like zero gravity, you're in a space station rules, which allows it to move as if it were climbing. So that just means it's difficult terrain. It's weird how it's worded. So basically, unless you have a climb speed, it'll be halved. You can change the target's altitude by 20 feet. Oh, you can change it. In either direction on your turn. If the target, if you are the target, you can move up or down past your move. Otherwise, you can use your action to move the target. Ooh, that one's a good contender. That one's a fun contender. Because that could be how you could get sort of protection from ground type moves. We'll consider that one. Hold person's cool. Don't know if we're gonna pick that one though. Ooh, we want mirror image. We want mirror image. We want mirror image so bad. So you may wonder, Pan, why do we want mirror image so bad? So mirror image is great. One, it's not concentration. So that means we can cast other big boy spells while this is happening. So this spell allows us to summon duplicates of ourselves, and even if an attack should hit us, which could be very unlikely with our mage armor and shield combo, they basically have to roll a d20 to decide if they hit us or if they hit the duplicate. And you may wonder, how many duplicates can you have? We can have... How many duplicates can we have, actually? I know one of my friends uses this spell a lot. Spells duplicates move and mimic your actions to gain movement speed. Each time a creature targets you with an attack. How many? How many do we get? These are the three. Oh, if you have two duplicates, you must roll a d6. You must roll a 6 or higher to change the target. Two duplicates, you must roll an 8 or higher. With one duplicate, you must roll 11 or higher. Okay. How many can I summon? How many can I summon? I don't know if I'm just being illiterate here. Duplicate's AC is 10 plus your dexterity modifier, so same as your dexterity. If an attack hits a duplicate, the duplicate is destroyed. A duplicate can be destroyed only by one attack that hits. If it ignores all other damage and effects, the spell will all 3 duplicates. Okay, it's 3 duplicates. The answer is too many. This is true. It does work because mage armor is not concentration. But yes, so with this spell, we're essentially casting double team. We're using double team here. We essentially have 3 other duplicates. So before Shadinja's here, all possibly with 15 AC, 220 AC if we really want to fake someone out and keep our duplicates. But we could essentially diverge one of our attacks that would normally hit us and kill us instantly and give it to someone else, which is great. It is also not concentration, so it's very good for us to avoid dying, which is exactly what the school is all about. And let's look at our other level 2 spell we really want to pick up this level. Ooh, Phantasmal Force could be nice. That sounds cool. Brave Enfeeblement could be pretty nice. That could really debuff us, debuff against the physical boys. So your Enfeeblement's cool, but let's look at Phantasmal Force. No, wait, Phantasmal Force is more of an illusion. I don't think he's more of an illusion boy. At least not like big illusions. Because what Phantasmal Force does, essentially, if you fail the save, you make an illusion and they are convinced it is real, and they have to essentially convince themselves how it is possible this thing could occur. So why don't we just pick up Levitate as our other one here? Just because I feel like that fits how we could prevent ourselves from hitting by ground type moves, as well as prevent us from being in the main fray for a lot of other attacks that would normally be really funky. Because again, we could be 20 feet in the air and have like 0 gravity action going on. Perfect for indoor combats to make us immune to, you know, most fighting type attacks and ground type moves. Level 4, level 4. Here, I think we're going to go with a simple ability score increase. Because every 4 levels, we get an ability score increase or feat. It's like a bonus feature. We're going to go simple ASI, so we make ourselves more likely to have our spells work. Alright, Beastie, I hope you have a nice night. So we're going to update our stats here. We are now at 19. 19 int. We are becoming big brain boy. Big brain boy. And what other level 2 spells would we like? Because we got plenty of first levels. We never need to worry about first level spells. I don't feel like we're shapeshifters, because Ultra Self is essentially a flexible shapeshifting or developing a natural weapon. I don't really feel like that fits us. We don't need to have fire up all the time. Crown of Madness is a spell that you think it may be good, but it isn't, because Crown of Madness is weird, where essentially you target a creature and you think it will attack anyone randomly, but it does attack anyone within 5 feet of it. So it sounds cool, but it's not what you want, because it doesn't attack anyone without like as if they're enemies, because it's a weird spell, would not recommend it. Detect Thoughts is kind of funky. I don't know if we'd get that, because his is a lot more spooky vibes. Invisibility could be good, because that can give us a way for us to hide away from possible attackers, give us a lot of stealth, so then, you know, hopefully us or even other people could not be even considered for attacks. Hey Pan, question, would anti-life work for Shadinja build? Unfortunately, how Reborn works, Reborn is considered humanoid. Though if you talk to a DM at your table to make Reborn undead, then anti-life shell would be fine. But as rules is written, unfortunately, no. And I do understand why they didn't do that, because if you make someone undead, like mechanically, then that prevents you from getting any healing. And being affected by a lot of spells, any spells that specifically spectate a humanoid creature, and a lot of spells that players have will specifically demonize you punish you for being undead. So that's probably why they didn't decide to do that, you know, like cowards. So unfortunately, no, not as rules is written. I know the anti-life shell meta is such a choice. It's such a choice. Invisibility is a fun pick. Magic Mouth's fun, but I don't imagine us having Magic Mouth. See, ray of enfeeblement's pretty interesting because that is good against anyone who is that's good against any physical attackers, because that essentially reduces anyone using strength as their attack, makes all their attack roll any damage in half. So essentially, if you're fighting a troll, any of their damage would be half, but you're fighting like an assassin that uses dex, that would still be normal damage. So it makes you a bit scrawnier. Let's see, what do we want? Let's look at Tasha's Mind Whip. To proceed, the target must make an attempt to save. If it failed, takes 6 psychic damage. Can't take reactions, or so must move. Whatever, it gets a move, action, or bonus action, you can only use 1 of the 3. I don't feel like we have a lot of stun lock options as Shadinja normally. Nope, wrong thing. So let's just pick up invisibility, because that one's a solid one. It fits the sort of spooky ghost vibes, and also gives us ways for us to not be in the fuck house. Oh, don't worry. Oh, I've been thinking about the sphere. I've been thinking about the hamster ball spell. You know, why don't we take Hold Person? Because I think Hold Person could be a good way for us to get this spell that builds off the idea of our back being something that takes the souls of people. Like, we turn our back around and essentially someone believes that their soul, because it's enchantment. So I like the idea of Shadinja has built a reputation. Oh, cool. Okay, so I imagine that Shadinja is very protective over their back because they know it's their most vulnerable point. So that's where a lot of their abjuration comes from. Like, if there's a shield, it usually comes from the back before it goes into the front, right? Or if they absorb elements, it goes into the back and sort of fuels out the rest of the body, you know, like things like that. So I feel like the whole person, like when you sleep, you look into the back and then you sort of feel slappy. So I like the idea of Hold Person being it turns back and the person is believed that you took their soul, and that's why they're paralyzed. And the Wisdom saving throw is more realizing that they do have autonomy over their body. Yeah. Love that, love that. Also, do we get another cantrip at this level, or is that level 5? Oh yeah, we got another cantrip. That's right, we get to worry about that now. Let's see, why don't we get Mending? Mending is essentially the sewing kit of spells. It is essentially like, oh shit, I broke that. Here, why don't I just fix that real quick? You know, it's more for like, hey, you got a tear in your shirt? Here, don't worry, we'll fix that up. Oh, dude, your wooden sword got busted up? Here, don't worry, kid, I'll fix that up. Like, it's basically the cure of the fix-all spell. Now, it doesn't do anything for like super big. Like, if you had a ship torn apart by like a giant crocodile, that's not gonna fix it. But like, if you had all the shards of it and slowly piece it together 6 seconds at a time, you could eventually piece your ship it. Alright, now let's go to level 5. Level 5 is a fun one because now we have level 3 spells, and level 3 spells are sort of your main power players. These are the kind of spells that I think are the most important, because with level 1 spells, there's good ones. Those are ones you can sling around no problem, but they're not super big game changers. Level 3 spells are game changers. And I feel like Shinji's role is tank. It's like tank maybe. I kind of see I kind of see Shadinja as a tank for a wizard. Because let's see. What I'm seeing here is Shadinja is a wizard, so they have innate utility. For a wizard, they're being tanky by getting things like mage armor, shield, absorb elements, protection, good and evil. They're essentially being a dodge tank, right? They're more so being protective just because they are preventing attacks to happen to them and casting spells to prevent people from being aggressive. They're essentially being tanky and offensive support so far, with having so far their spells are one, skip disadvantage to the undead, prevent them from healing, manipulate movement, preventing any hits happening, reducing damage, making certain creatures difficult to hit them, create fear to again manipulate movement and make attacks less likely, making enemies go to sleep, getting high ground, or even making enemies off ground to make them very vulnerable, having some stealth options, and now having... Oh, did I put invisibility twice? Okay, no I didn't. Okay. Having some stealth and also a get 'em with hold person. So, Shadinja is a wizard, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, let's kind of look at... Because I think if anything, I sort of see Shadinja more as a shutdown. But here, we're really going to shut down because we're going to get our classic... me and the homies... classic spells. We are going to get Counterspell and Dispel Magic. So, you may ask, alright, cool. Why these spells? Why these spells in particular? Well, Counterspell is the spell of choice of players in DM. It is a spell you can use as a reaction, so you gotta be a bit careful, because this build is very reaction heavy. Where if you see someone casting a spell, you can just go, no you didn't. You didn't actually. Stop doing that. You've never spelled. If it is a third level or lower spell, it just doesn't happen. You just counterspell it. It's gone. If it is upcasted, it follows the same rules as it was higher. So say if you casted counterspell 5th level, any 5th level or lower spell just doesn't happen. However, you can counterspell a higher leveled spell. So say you're level 5, you've just learned counterspell, and some motherfucker's doing a level 9 spell because your DM's evil and you want to have a chance. You can. So, if you're rolling counterspell for a spell that is a higher level, what you do is you roll a d20 and you add your spell casting modifier. In your case, it's going to be intelligence. So for us, at level 5, we'd essentially roll d20 plus 4. And the DC is 10 plus the spell level. So if you roll over a 19, you're good, no matter what. So essentially, if for us, if we're taking down a 4th level spell with our 3rd level counter spell, we just have to roll a 10 or higher. But it gets a bit trickier, as it gets higher and higher. But that is at any time we can see spell casting. Like say if someone's gonna cast Firebolt, we can just go, no, don't do that. But be careful, because your counterspell can be counterspelled. So be careful, especially because it could be a reaction because you procced a reaction. So you often see, Shadinja is an abjuration wizard. So these are important spells for Shadinja. So, Counterspell is a spell that a lot of people hate, and those people are DMs, because they hate the idea that the players can just prevent them from doing cool things. But the thing you don't realize is Counterspell is the best way to burn resources. It's so good. it's so good to bait players out. Because if you convince people that a spell's really scary, they will burn their resources to counterspell. And yeah, you can burn your resource to counterspell back, but also that just means they did it for like nothing. And it's crazy, and I love it. I think one of my favorite things to do as DM is trick people to burn all their resources. And this can prevent you from taking a lot of damage, because a lot of spells are really scary. Additionally, Dispel Magic is sort of the less immediate form of Counterspell. Dispel Magic essentially removes a magical effect on something or someone, and follows the similar rules to Counterspell. So say if there was a magic mouth, a spell that animates a mouth to speak funny words whenever someone passes by, you can just go, nah, that doesn't exist anymore. But say if someone was under the effect of, say, let's use the example Death Ward from the chat here. That is a legitimate question, which I would also like to know. Death Ward is a spell that basically, when you go to 0, you actually go at 1. So if you find that out, you can just go like, you can cast Spell Magic, and you can try to remove that. Base level will be a D10 plus your Intelligence modifier in our case. So it would basically be very similar to Counterspell. So this is our way to shut down magic, and it'd be a good way to keep us alive, especially if we're under the effect of a spell, or again, see a really scary spell happening. Like, if someone's gonna disintegrate, we could be like, please stop. Please do not disintegrate me. I'm a funny little guy. At level 6, we do get a fun little upgrade for our Whiz-Biz, because we get a thing for our class. We get Projected Ward. At 6th level, when a creature that you can see within 30 feet takes damage, you can use a reaction to cause an arcane ward to absorb the damage. If the damage is reduced to 0, the ward creature takes any remaining. So essentially now, we can protect other people. Because I guess, maybe you should have just learned that they are maybe more likely to survive if they protect others. I feel like it's a weird... I feel like with Shadinja, it's not really like a, like them being the good guy of, like, helping their friends, but it's, like, a really weird, like, at one point when they first met, it seemed like they were being friendly, and that they were doing this to, like, oh, I want to help them out, because I care about them, but I feel like the more they adventure, Shadinja sort of learns that, oh no, there's so much that can kill me, and these people are the ones helping me out. If they survive, I am more likely to survive as well. So he learns how to project the ward to sort of share his wonder guard, as it were. Ward. But let's check out what other spells we can get at the 3rd level. The 3rd level is just neat. Alright, let's look at actual spells. Actual spells. Oh, dude, do we want a Phantom Steed? Or Protection from Energy could be good, because that can give us a long-term resistance. We could speak with the dead. Ooh, let's look at Spirit Trap. Because that could be some cool ghosty type stuff. Call forth spirits of the dead. Spirits are intangible and invulnerable till spell ends. Any attack you make deals an extra D8, 1d8 damage when you hit a creature within 10 feet of you. The damage goes radiant, necrotic, or cold. So we could do damage, but I don't feel like I feel like we use melee if we have to. I don't feel like that's our first choice. I don't feel like we prepare that actively. I don't think we're gonna have the flame boots. Stone Curse could be really cool. That's a good vibe. Fear could be good. Wait, no, we gotta have Feign Death. We've got to have Feign Death. So, let me ask, why am I saying we gotta have Feign Death? Feign Death is the play dead spell. Feign Death is essentially... sorry, what was your response to my question? I was getting a drink. I don't know, and I'm gonna wait till next level to find out if we do get Death Ward, because I honestly don't recall. I know Artificers get it, but if we could cast Death Ward, we could most certainly cast it on ourselves. But okay, so Feign Death is essentially a spell where we can just straight up fake our death or fake someone else's death. So this could just simply be us finding out, like, alright, so this is how I looked when I awakened, and how can I replicate that to people? So if I needed to pretend to be dead, so nothing kills me, I could just do that. While you can fake your death for up to an hour, or just an hour. It just is an hour. The target appears dead to all outward inspection, and the spells determine the target's status. So even if they check if you're alive, everyone will go like, yeah, they're dead. The target is blinded and incapacitated, and the speed drops to 0. The target has resistance to all damage except psychic, so this also makes us take resistance to basically all damage. If the target is diseased or poisoned, you cast a spell that becomes and the poison or disease has no effect, so you could basically be like, if you do somehow get poisoned, you could just feign death and stall for time. I keep seeing defensive spells, but I never know if it's meant for a Shadinja build. This is all for a Shadinja build. This is all for Shadinja. Yeah, didn't you know all of this was actually Wizards of the Coast were just going like, hey man, in about 8 years, some wizard twink is gonna find out the secret Shadinja code. And we're gonna lose our shit when we find them. And they're not gonna find me because I have no detection on. Only cool people can see the stream. All lucky 7 of you, haha. Also, Feign Death is a ritual, so if you don't want to spend a spell slot, you could spend 10 minutes faking your death, like your bottom, like your fucking bottom, Nick Bottom from Midsummer's Night Dream. I just think that's funny. Let's see. Life transference? No. That would be crazy. I'm stupid. Some shadow spawn. Let's see. I don't think that's quite our boy. But I think, let's see. Let's look at enemies abound. Because I think that could be a good one to diverge. Fake death and resting regain spell slots. You know, it is perfect time to take a short rest. And you are incapacitated. Just say. Yo, it's like you're sleeping. Alright, so let's check out enemies abound. So, you reach into the mind of one creature you can see and force it to make an intelligence saving throw. It's usually a good one because not a lot of enemies use intelligence good. The creature automatically succeeds if it's immune to being frightened. On a failed save, the target loses the ability to distinguish friend or foe regarding all creatures it can see as enemies until the spell ends. Each time the target takes damage, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on itself on a success. When the affected creature chooses another creature, or as a target, it must choose a target at random from among the creatures it can see within range of an attack, spell, or other ability it's using. An enemy provokes an opportunity attack if the affected from the creature. the creature must make that attack available. So I'm thinking this could be really fun for Shadinja to essentially use this as like a getaway card. Like cast the spell to make someone like go insane and not target him necessarily, and essentially make them really paranoid to just weasel his way out. No, Globe. Oh, I'm looking so forward to Globe Invulnerability. Okay, we're gonna get Enemies Abound because I feel like that's like a fun spell to sort of play around the battlefield. It works with the spooky ghost vibes and works with the idea of them less likely to hit us, make us a lot more survivable. Now we get to the fun level sucker. So let's see. Ah, we don't get Death Ward. No, we don't get Death Ward. Like, that makes sense, but damn, we don't get Death Ward. Shit. Shit and fuck my guy. Let's see. Where is the funny ball? Here's the funny ball. Let's go. And by the way, Corrupted Star, the Pokemon levels are randomized. But if you get 6 Pokemon to do fights with the people, they will automatically be scaled to level 50. So, just keep that in mind. Also, I do know Pokemon don't necessarily evolve yet. I don't think that's been implemented as far as I know. So let's also keep that in mind too. Let's see. So, I'm interested to see the Resilient Sphere. So, yeah, a sphere shimmering force encloses a creature or object of large or smaller size within range. Now, a willing creature must make a dexterity saving throw. Fail, the creature is enclosed for the duration. We don't want to fail. Nothing, not physical objects, energy, or spell effects can pass through the barrier, in or out, through a creature that is in the sphere can breathe. Though the creature in the sphere can breathe there. The sphere is immune to all damage, and a creature or object inside can't be damaged by attacks or effects originating from outside, nor can a creature inside the sphere damage anything outside of it. The sphere is weightless and large enough to contain the creature or object. The closed creature can use its action to push against the sphere and walk, and thus rolls the sphere half the creature's speed. Similarly, the globe can be picked up and moved by another creature. The Disintegrate spell target of the globe destroys it without harming anything inside. So, yes, we're getting our Hamster Ball spell. Alta Luke, not Alta Like. So yeah, this is the most pure. This is the most pure Wonder Guard we're probably gonna get, and one of the most pure Wonder Guard moments we're gonna get in this build, where essentially we are just in a hamster ball, and no one can harm us. Now, granted, we can't harm anyone else, but we can also do a lot of our buff spells. For example, if we wanted some peace and quiet while we identified something, boom. We wanted to set up mage armor, wanted to set up protect, we could set up spells, we could do that. We just want to levitate in our ball? Yes. We want mirror image to sort of create like mirror replicas in the balls? We absolutely could do that. Making us not only invulnerable, but absolutely cause chaos. We unfortunately can't counterspell, which is really a problem. This is for us, casting on ourselves would be very selfish. Casting on other people could be a good way to lock people down. But this could be a good way for us to, say, survive things that we normally shouldn't. Oh, you know, it'd be really cool. It'd be really cool if if this halo, like this moon halo, was the thing that sort of developed into the sphere, that would be really cool. It's called a regeneration ball. You can activate and use when you start. Well, we're a wizard. We can't really get healing spells, but I appreciate. Hey, if we get potions. If we get potions, think. Do we get another cantrip? Alright, we can get level 4 spells. Okay. Let's see, do we want any level 4 spells right now, or do we want to look back at level 3? Let's see, Stone Skin's pretty cool, because that gives us... It's basically a long-term Blade Ward. We don't want a lot of the summon spells, because either concentration, which we're not good at, or if it's like the Gritter Demon or Summon Elementals, they can go against us, and that's very bad for us. We could get a dog. I don't feel like we need a dog. Could always get greater invisibility, which that one is also a goodie. Ooh, do we have access to Confuse Ray? Do we normally have access to Confuse Ray? We can just get Confusion. Simple as that. Simple Confuse Ray. Stone Skin really is the pure tank moment. Stone Skin's the beginning of when you realize the wizard could either be the support, or it could just be like, I am the tank now. So, I'm gonna go with Confusion, because Shadinja gets Confuse Ray normally. So, the spell assaults and twists the creature's mind, spawning delusions and provoking uncontrolled actions. Each creature within a 10-foot radius sphere contained at a point you choose within the 90-foot range must make a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they're affected by it. It is rolled by a d10. Out of 1, the creature uses all its movement in a random direction. To determine their direction, you must roll a d8, because I guess we want southwest as well to be included. It doesn't take any other actions, it just wanders around having no idea what's going on. If it's 2 to 6, they do nothing. They just straight up don't take an action. If it's 7 to 8, the creature uses action to make a melee attack against a randomly determined creature within its range. If there is no creature within range, it does nothing. It just bonks the dirt. And if it's 9 to 10, it acts normally. At the end of its turn, the affected creature should make a wisdom saving throw, and if it succeeds, it is better. And the higher level you cast it, the bigger the sphere is. But this could be our Confuse Ray. So now we get level 8. My brain just popped and you can cast... I'm guessing you're really like, I really do like seeing what people's like, oh, that's my wizard spell. Because like for me, I played a necromancer who became a vampire, and negative energy flood is so good if you're undead. Because how that spell works is normally it does 5d10 necrotic damage, and if someone dies from it, they become a zombie. But if you're undead and targeted by the spell, you get 5d12 your temporary hit points. So you be a high level wizard. Have contingency. Get, I don't know, meteor swarmed, and have just like negative energy flood prepared, and you get a bunch of temp HP to repair take most of that damage. I also get remove curse. Did I miss something? I did not get remove curse yet. I'm kind of debating if I want that or if I just want bestow curse. But hey, also a thing to think of, this is also like a guide of just like, hey, here's some cool spells to pick up that sort of fit the Shadinja vibe. The good thing about wizards is if you feel like you want bestow curse or remove curse into your build, you can always add it, because wizards are the most flexible spellcaster in the game. so let's see if we want a feat or if, because we're getting ASI again. Do we want anything to buff the dex too? Because that could increase our just general AC. Of course, it's only going to make it 15, but let's see if we want to look at any feats. Tough is out of the question. That's illegal for us. Because that makes us tougher. That gives us more health. We don't want health. We want the opposite of health. Let's see. Spell Sniper could be real funny. But I don't think I get it because I want that 20. Yeah, it doesn't do anything that, but I think that's a funny spell for us. Let's see, a Warcaster. Oh, you. Vandercon says. Gross. Any hostile creature. Yeah, no. Ooh, no, we don't want more ways to burn a reaction. We already have so many things to burn our reactions. Shatter Touch could be cool. That could be cool. Because that does mean we get a free invisibility once per day. We already have invisibility, but hey, it would be free. Which is nice. And let's see, if we learned a level 1 necromancy spell. Inflict wounds could be something, but I don't feel like that's I don't really feel like that. Oh, Wiki Dog, what the hell? I don't really feel like that's quite the vibe we want. Yeah, Shadow Touch would really be a real fit for this build. Let's see, do we even want... It's like, Lucky Depth doesn't fix us. Fits us. Not at all. Not one bit. We're definitely not touched by the Fae. We are extremely not mobile. We are very stiff. Heavy armor would be really funny, but we need a lot of feats to get that. Yeah, let's just focus on ASIs. Because I don't really feel like a lot of the feats here really fit us. Like, Shadow Touch was the closest, but even then, it kinda already feels like we're double dipping a little bit. Let's see. If we want any more for those skills right now. Oh, the ability score improvement. So let's cap off 20 and get up a flag there, and let's start boosting up Dex. Start giving us a chance. So this little behind this build is I never want to get hurt again. Type 5. You can use planar binding. Ooh. No, wait, that works. Hear me out, that works though. Because remember, if you look, the legend with this Shadinja is when you look at its back, it takes your soul. Maybe that's what it means. Maybe that's a quote thing that he can do when he takes your soul. Right? Because planar binding is basically like the like charm, like the extended charm monster. It is like, hey, angels, work with me. Devils, you're working for me now, and you have to do what I say because I own you. That would be real interesting. I didn't even think about that. That's really cool. That's really cool. I don't recall. We'll check that out when we get to 7th level spells. You know, it would definitely not hurt to get greater invisibility. And if you're asking, what's so great about greater invisibility? Greater invisibility is basically like normal invisibility. However, normal invisibility, if you attack someone or do a spell or something that essentially triggers rolls or damage, it breaks. Greater invisibility, you stay invisible while you're doing that. So that is cool. You know, why don't we look a bit more into third level spells? Because third level spells are good shit. Ooh. What are we thinking? Bestow Curse or Blink? Because Blink is a really good dodgy spell. Because that spell really just is like, I'm not even on the battlefield for you to hurt me. Ooh, Bestow, ooh, actually, I think I will do Bestow Curse, at least initially. Because Bestow Curse can make it harder for people to hit us, with having a chance to have disadvantage on attack rolls against us, or a way for us to punish others, to be a lot more aggressive. Because again, remember, we do have high attack technically. We also can make them do nothing to make them not hurt us at all. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of this person, like, if you do hit them, they will be very vengeful, and that's when they start bestowing curses. Oh god, they can do that invisible, too. Wait, no, they're both concentration. Not if you cast it at 5th level. Next time, at next level. Because fun fact, at 5th level, Bestow Curse is no longer concentration. That, I guess, is a fun fact. Let's see. We get a cantrip now? We do. Not. Cool. But we do get access to level 5 spells. That's rigged. It's always rigged. Ooh. This is a spell I think we want for our heal block build. Enveration. I hope I said that right. A tendril of inky darkness reaches out from you and attacks a creature to drain life from it. The target makes a dexterity saving throw. On a successful save, the target takes 2d8 necrotic damage on the spell. On a failed save, the target takes 4d8 necrotic damage until the spell ends. You can use your action on each of your turns to automatically deal 48 necrotic damage. The spell ends if you use your action to do anything else. If the target is ever outside of the spell's range, or the target is under total cover from you. Whenever the spell damages the target, you regain the hit points to have their necrotic. Oh wait, that one just drains health. I thought that prevented them from healing. I thought there was a spell like that. Other than let's see. We gotta get Wall of Force, right? We gotta have our big fuck you force field. I don't think so. I thought about Blink, but I don't feel like that fits, because looking at the vibe of Shadinja is a lot more of just he is there kind of presence. I was kind of thinking of Blink, but I don't feel like that fits him. But, of course, if you're a player, definitely pick up Teleportation Circle. It's a great spell. I just don't... What about Teleportation Blocker? Well, that's always what counterspell's for, baby. Counterspell's all about that block. Counterspell's all about that. No, you don't. You don't get away, actually. That's why, like, half my players pick up Counterspell out of paranoia of being the DM who teleported out. Or going, oh god, oh man, don't teleport out. But yeah, we're getting a Wall of Force. Forbiddance. I think that's a cleric spell, but I'll find out. Invisible Wall of Force, yeah, so Wall of Force is basically the fuck you, this is my house now. I determine where the barriers are. Don't touch me. So yeah, you just get a wall of warbing force. It could be free floating or resting on a solid surface. You could form it in a half sphere dome or in a sphere with a radius of 10 feet, or you can shape a flat surface made from 10 foot by 10 foot panels. Each panel must be congruous, so they must be touching a parallel to another panel. If any form, the wall is 1/4 inch thick. It lasts until the duration, which is up to 10 minutes, and the wall cuts through the creature's space. When the area appears, the creature is pushed to one side that you choose. Nothing can pass through the wall. It is immune to all damage that can't be dispelled by dispel magic. A disintegrate spell, however, destroys the wall instantly. The wall extends to the ethereal plane, so ghosts can't touch you either. So that is another no touchy. Big no touchy. And it's within 120 feet. So you can have this in a distance to just trap someone in a force, in a wall, in like sort of a box. It's the force box, and be like, they're there. They can't do anything to me. Unless they know disintegrate. Which is a very specific spell. It's a powerful spell, but it's a very specific spell that the creature should or should not have. So let's see. Ooh, Seeming could be interesting. I don't know if that's quite us, but that's an interesting spell. Because Seeming's basically a spell where you become invisible and you have an illusionary duplicate that acts for you. Or is that mislead? Is that mislead? No, mislead is a mass disguise self. Okay. Let's see, is there any spells that we want from here as well? Or do I want to look back, once again, look back at third level? Oh, Planar Binding. Let's look up Planar Binding. Oh, it's Abjuration. That's cool. When the spell you attempt to bind Celestial, Elemental, a Fae, or Fiend to your service, the creature must be within range for the entire casting of the spell. Typically, the creature is first summoned into the center of an inverted magical circle in order to keep it trapped while the spell is cast. At the completion of the spell's casting, the target must make a charisma saving throw. A failed save, it is bound to serve you for the duration. If the creature was summoned or created by another spell, the spell's duration is extended to match that duration. A bound creature must follow your instructions to the best of ability. You must command the creature to accompany you on adventure, to guard a location, or deliver a message. The creature obeys to the letter of your instructions, but if the creature is hostile to you, it strives to twist your words to achieve its own objectives. If the creature carries out the instructions completely before the spell ends, if the travels was to you or reported this fact, if you are in the same plane of existence. Okay, so it tells you if it's done. If you are in a different plane of existence, it returns to the place where you're bound to it and remains there until the spell ends. So that's like, you get to control something for a day, minimum. But no, I kinda like that. I kinda like that suggestion. Of just having that ability to, quote-unquote, take someone's soul for a day. Oh yeah, we could get Fizzban's Platinum Shield, could we? So, real quick, we're going to... We get a new funny little trait, which I think is going to be really nice. So, you know how we have Counterspell and Dispel Magic? Well, Abjuration's like, hey buddy, we're going to make that even better for you. Here's why. At level 10, when you cast an Abjuration spell that requires you to make an ability check, you know, Counterspell, Dispel Magic, you have proficiency bonus to it. Now, at this point, we already have a +5 to it. Our proficiency bonus is +9. So literally, if we roll a 10, we will counterspell or get rid of magic, which is insane. That is a 50% chance to get it guaranteed. It's crazy. It's insane. But let's look back at those spells. Spell time. So yeah, Fizzban I think is 4th. Fizzban's shield is not 4th level. Is it 5th level? What level is Fizzban's shield? Is that 6th level? Oh, it is. Okay, so that'll be a next level spell. Next level spells. You can always pick up Fear. You know, really buffed up cause fear. Never hurts. Always a good old reliable way to manage crowd control so that, you know, they fear you. They'll never target you. Ever. Vampiric Touch could be a cool way, but I also don't think we're gonna get more spells or like try to drain HP because our goal is never to be hit. Because like Fire Shield's cool, but I feel like it's more for a punishment build, like say a Wobbuffet, you know? Do. Here, why don't we... Why don't we get Fear? Oh, what happened there? Yeah, get Fear. Fear is basically... We can turn our back and essentially have people fear that we're going to take their soul, and we basically project a 30-foot cone of horrors to people. They make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they are horrified. They drop everything they're holding and book it. So that also means if you're fighting like a series of guards, you put that to them. They drop all of their spears. You could take all of them when they regain their senses, and then they have nothing. You know what? Why don't we get into Intellect Fortress? This way we protect ourselves against psychic damage, which we don't really have any defenses towards in particular. Because we are protected from elemental damages with absorb elements, but we don't have anything really for psychic damage. So Intellect Fortress essentially gives us resistance to psychic type damage. It also gives us advantage on any mental saving throws of intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. And the higher level we cast it, the more people we can have under this effect. We get another cantrip, so let's see what we want to add real quick. Let's see. We can always Toll the Dead. Toll the Dead's basically a more aggressive cantrip that if target makes a wisdom saving throw. If they are full health, they'll take d8s. But if they're below full health, they'll take d12s. So a very aggressive cantrip, but could be good. Now we get to level 11, so we can finally get that Money Fizzband shield. See how that's looking. It's been a hot minute since I've looked at Fizzband's shield. Oh, it's a bonus action. Nice, nice. You create a field of silvery light that surrounds a creature you can see within range. You can choose yourself. The field sheds dim light within 5 feet, and surrounded field gains following benefits. Half cover, or half cover is basically a +2 to your AC and dexterity saving throws. So for us, for example, right now, our shield, if we have mage armor plus shield, we still have 20 AC, so that'll make our AC at 22 if we shield, which is always good. Damage resistance to a bunch of types, just instantaneously. And evasion. Ooh, that means if we fail dexterity saving throw, we only take half the damage, and if we pass it, we take nothing. So, that's great. Sometimes you just have to put a certain Pokeball there if you... I don't know, it's weird sometimes. If you're for some reason out of Pokeballs, you will get money every 15 minutes that you can spend for Pokeballs of various kinds. So, possible help, I hope. Yep, just Fizzband. Platinum Shield. That's very good. Platinum. My favorite Pokemon game. Followed by Shield. Alright, so let's look at... Let's see, is there anything else we want for level 6 in particular? Because I don't feel like we really need... I don't feel like we're ones who would disintegrate, per se. Oh wait, Glow Invulnerability. We want Glow Invulnerability for sure. So one action. This is our ball now. An immobile, faintly shimmering barrier springs into existence of 10-foot radius around you and remains for the duration. Any 5th level or lower cast from outside the barrier can affect creatures or subjects within it. Ooh. Even within the spell is casting uses a higher level spell slot. So it casts target creatures subject within the barrier, the spell has no effect on them. Similarly, the area with barriers include from areas. Oh, okay. So basically, once in this orb. Oh, cool. So basically, you become Rakshasa. You get the Rakshasa orb. I say that because Rakshasas are immune to spells of 6 level or lower. So yeah, you just get the Rakshasa orb. The Rakshasa orb. But no, that's very good. Very good shit, for sure. So we'll get a level 12. Let's see, at this point we get another ability score improvement. So let's look at our stats real quick. Probably want to just boost Dex at this point because we want to just really increase our ways of not getting hit. So yeah, let's buff that to 17. So our AC is generally higher. Always nice. Because now our mage armor AC would be 16, and with shield would be 21. Which I know is not like Eldritch Knight fighter level, but still, it's something. Let's do Dex, and let's get more spells, Let's see, at level 12, I don't think we get anything other than spells. Did we get a new cantrip at level 10? We did. Okay, that was totally dead. Alright, cool. Yeah, level 12. Yeah, it's just that. Alright, two more spells. So I think with 6, we're probably... Ooh. Do we actually want to take people's souls with Magic Jar? Because that could be really cool, you know? To actually make... Oh, fuck, dude. So what Magic Jar essentially does is you get to create, like, baby's first phylactery, right? Where you have, like, an empty jar, and you can just put your soul into it. And if anyone walks past it, they could do a charisma saving throw to essentially have you try to possess them. And if anything bad would happen to you when you're too far away from the soul jar, like say you have the body of like some random like mook from the bad guy team and someone murks them, and you're too far away from the magic jar, you have a good chance of being past tense instantaneously. Because your soul's not really close to your body, so it just kind of whomps. So that could be cool. Soul Cage goes a lot of soul. Be really cool, because then we could just be like, nope, I want to ask you questions, buddy. Nah, you think you can just live? Nah, you can't live your afterlife, bitch. Ooh, wait. Ooh, maybe we want Tasha's other one, like, guys. Because right now we have resistance to physical damage with Blade Ward. Probably pick up Stone Skin, so we can get just more reliable resistance to normal damage at the very least. But we don't really have anything for radiant damage. Because, like, we have elemental damage covered, which goes into poison. We got psychic covered. Don't really have anything for necrotic, radiant, or force. Like, we always say counter force. With shield, with magic missile, but that's magic missile specifically. So let's look at Tasha's other like guys real quick. So yeah, we can get one of the upper or lower planes. Oh, immunities! Immunities! Oh yes, we want those immunities. Yes. As well as a fly speed and AC buff. Oh, you spoil me. Yes, we are getting otherworldly guys for sure. Yeah, that way we can get to straight up immunities. Fly speed. Oh, we get to be like Ninjask and get like the flight we were promised. And we could even ascend using more angelic wings if we want. That's cool. That's neat. That's great, guys. Love that for Shadinja. Let's see. What other kind of spells can we get? Why don't we just get Stone Skin? You know, guys. Why don't we just get a simple resistance to non-magical weapons? I know it's not the most ideal spell, but I really can't think of anything at the moment, so we're just gonna get that. Because sometimes when you're a wizard, you have too many options, and you just go fuck it at some point, and there it is. Boom, it's right in your lap. Wow. Guys, did you know? I know wizardry. Hi, I'm Owen Wilson. I've taken over the stream. Yeah, no, yeah. So anyway, my favorite role was the cowboy in Nine Museum because I was really gay for this, Roman guy. And you know what they say about the Romans. I don't really know Rome, so I can't really answer that. Alright, I'm gonna stop that dumb bit. Because we have access to level 7 spells now. You can get Draconic Transformation. Wait, Etherealness? Etherealness could be real cool. Get Plane Shift. I don't really need Plane Shift. Ooh, consider. Wait, Simulacrum's illusion? I thought Simulacrum was more transmutation. But I kind of wanna. Simulacrum could be a cool spell for us to essentially have like a duplicate for people to think it's us. That could be cool, but I want to check out Etherealness first. So, step inside the border regions of the ethereal plane. In the area where it overlaps you with your current plane. You remain in the border. Oh my god, it's not concentration and it can last up to 8 hours? That's crazy. You remain in the border ethereal for the duration until you use an action to dismiss the spell. During the time you can move in any direction. If you move up and down every foot, movement costs an extra foot, so it's difficult terrain. Everything looks gray and you can't see any more than 6 feet away. While you're on the ethereal plane, you can only be affected by creatures on the plane. Creatures that aren't on the ethereal plane can't perceive you. You can't interact with you unless they have special ability or magic that's given them the ability to do so. You ignore all objects or effects that aren't on the ethereal plane, allowing you to move through objects and perceive on the plane you originate from. When the spell ends, you immediately return to the plane you originated from, the spot you currently occupy. If you occupy the same spot as a solid object or a creature arms, you're immediately stunned for the nearest shunted to the nearest unoccupied space. So this is really cool. I don't know if it's Shadinja though. Because like if it's a ghost vibe, not sure about Shadinja, because Shadinja's ghost vibes is a lot more just the fact that he's still alive. Despite everything. So yeah. Simulacrum could be cool though. Wait. How could I forget? We should totally pick up Contingency. Do we have good spells for Contingency? Because Contingency is a spell that works. Contingency is essentially a spell that you can cast, and you essentially pre-cast a spell that is 5th level or lower, and it'll proc within a certain condition over the course of 10 days. So say if we thought we were going to a graveyard and go like, if undead come around, I will have Protection 30 will cast it on me immediately. You know? So there's that. So let's look at spells that would be really good for Contingency if we don't really have any already. So we got Protection Good Evil could be really good for that. Levitate could be good. Levitate or Mirror Image could be really good for those. To just have automatically at the beginning of a fight when we are surprised. Any of the invisibilities. Ooh, we could fake our death instantly. Like, if we get a hit, we could just instantly pretend that we're dead. Ooh, wait, no. Holy shit. With Contingency, we could just go like, if something's going to attack us, we could just immediately sphere. We can immediately go hamster ball to take no damage. And the best thing, it's a spell that lasts up to 10 days. So we could have done that in downtime and have a free, we can take a hit for free no matter what with the orb, the sphere. We could also be like, if someone's casting spells that are, if like a mage casts spells in a, oh fuck. No, contingency's good. We're gonna get contingency. Contingency, it's very good. Thank you for the hydrate help. Yeah, because we could also get... No, there's so many spells that we work well with contingency, actually. Just remember, it's only spells that affect the self. So, we can't do fear contingency. If we did stone skin contingency, we'd be the only one stone skinned, etc. But, it can be real funky. Yeah, I'm not really feeling etherealness. I think Draconic Transformation, does that give us any resistances? Nah, just because it's a pressed weapon. Line sight's not bad. Fly is cool, but we can only get out with Tasha's. Let's see. You know, level 7 spells may not be for us. Like Simulacrum looks pretty cool. Here, let me check out Symbol. God, Symbol so much. Okay, this definitely looks like a DM spell. Yeah, it's Glyph of Warding buffed. I don't think we need that. Because that requires probably a lot of setup, right? Like, how long does it cast? Only 1 minute. I'm listening then. Like, not something you do immediately in combat, but when you cast a spell, you can inscribe a harmful glyph into a surface. If you choose a surface, the glyph can cover an area of effect no larger than 10 foot in diameter. If you choose an object that must remain in its place, the object must be moved more than 10 feet away from the spell. To cast the spell, if the glyph is broken, the spell ends without being triggered. The glyph is nearly invisible, requiring investigation check, equal to your spell save DC, which are points like almost 19. You decide what triggers the glyph when you cast a spell. If the glyph's inscribed on the surface, the most difficult triggers include touching or stepping on the glyph, moving another object, covering it, etc. You further refine the trigger of the spell, active only under certain circumstances according to the creature's physical characteristics. Ooh. Or physical kind. Interesting. You can also specify creatures that don't activate. Okay. You can inscribe the glyph, and once triggered, it glows, filling a 60-foot radius sphere with dim light for 10 minutes. Each of the spell effect after each time the spell ends. Each creature in the sphere the glyph activates is targeted by one of the effects. Okay, so it bursts into a 60-foot radius. Interesting. Death. Everyone next constant takes 10d10 necrotic damage. How about a success? Discord. Each target makes a constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the target bickers and argues with other creatures for a minute. During this time, it is incapable of meaningful conversation. It's disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Alright. Fear. Right? Makes people frightened. While frightened, the target drops everything. Must move at least 20 feet from the cliff. Hopeless. At Christmas saving throw, on a failed, the target is overwhelmed with despair for 1 minute. During the time, it can't attack or target any creature with harmful abilities. Insanity. Each creature must make a saving throw. On a failed, remain the same for 1 minute. The same creature can't take actions, can't understand what other creatures say, can't read or speak, only gibberish. Data controls movement, which is erratic. Alright, and that's for a minute. Pain, constitutes a saving throw, or becomes incapacitated for a minute. Sleep, sleepy time. And stunning. Ooh, okay. That could be pretty interesting. That could be pretty interesting for us to have as like our big prep spell. Fuck it, let's get simple as a treat. Because I feel like once at level 13, this is the point where we're getting like our home base, right? We should have a residence at that point in time, you know? So I think it's fair for us to have simple. Like even I think it was level 7 when my wizard got a house. So there's no reason. Back in my day at level 7, my wizard could get a house. I see no reason why your 13th level wizard can't get a cool house. Not ever since the wizard markets fell. Alright, level 14. Level 14, I think we get our capstone for our Abjuration Wizard. And this is spell resistance. So at this point, we have advantage on all saving throws against spells, as well as half damage on all spell attacks. No matter what spell it is, we take half damage from it, which is pretty cool. So yeah, any spell, it will automatically do half damage at best. At worst, it will do quarter, which is insane. Very defensive, very tanky. Very good, very bountiful. Let's see, what other two spells do we want? Wizards have a lot of spells. They have so many spells. Let's see. Let's look at what to do. So we got one more level till we get to 8th level spells. Yes? Yes, because we're still at 7th level spells. I know this. I know this. Let's see if we have anything for 4th level. Do we have anything we want for 4th level? Let's see. We don't want speed. Let's see. Phantasmal Killer could be. You know what? Why don't we get Phantasmal Killer? Because we're a spooky boy. We're someone that people have feared. I feel like at this point, like, I feel like Shadinja is definitely a person who builds himself off of a reputation of fear, so that no one goes after him. So why don't we just go off of it and go Phantasmal Killer? Everyone, what does Phantasmal Killer do? Phantasmal Killer is a spell where someone just does some saving throw. If they fail, you show them their worst fear ever for up to a minute. For every turn they do not succeed the saving throw, they take 4d10 psychic damage. And I thought at first it was like the initial hit, which already is pretty scary at like a pretty solid 4th level spell. But then I realized later on it just keeps going if you don't pass the saving throw. So yeah, it will really whittle you down with just fear. Yeah, it becomes frightened, of course, and it will continuously take 4d10 psychic damage. Which is... Ha! Well, that's kind of spook, my guy. Let's see, what do we want? We got our best wall. Let's see, any 3rd level spells? Because these are the real levels you want it, because like, having high level spells is cool, but you can't really do them a lot. So it's really good to get more lower level spells than higher levels. Because these are the spells like, fuck it, what do I just want? What do I want? You know, at this point we could remove curses as a treat. You know, because we just couldn't think of anything else we wanted. Paste. Level 15, baby. Alright, well, let's see what level 8 spell we could get. I guess this is the point we can get it. Anti-magic field is something. But also, I don't think anti-magic field is really what we want. because anti-magic field could just simply, like, anyone could stab us, you know, and if anything, we really lose the main thing that makes us strong there. So we're gonna not pick anti-magic field. Baze is a good get out of here spell, but not quite what we're looking for. Mind? Does that make us immune to psychic damage? It makes us immune to psychic damage. So let's definitely take it. What Mind Blink does is for a day, you can be immune to psychic damage, which is great, and no one could read your mind. No one can see you through divination, you are immune to charms, like literally unless, like, ooh, it even doesn't let wish affect you mentally. That's cool, we're getting Mind Blank. Big Wizard House. Let's see, and let's see what other kind of spells we want. Let's take us level 6, because level 6 is wacky. Do ba-dum bum ba bum ba bum. Music end. Okay, music has not ended. Almost did. Do 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 do. Ba-dum ba-da-dum ba-da-dum. Let's see. We've entered the tricky part of Wizard, where you get everything you want, most of the things you've wanted, and now you guys have to go, well, no. Oh. No. Oh, why don't we just get scrying? Should we get scrying? Let's see. I don't think we're really known for seeing other people where they're at. And I think we're really a lot more mind our own business kind of wizard, more than a what is everyone else doing? How could they destroy me? Nah, let's get scrying. Because, you know, we are a paranoid. All of the wizard is tricky. Yeah, no, honestly, we would get scrying. Like, this man, like, Shadinja's built his, like, wizard empire off of fear and, like, that he channels and makes everyone else fear him. I feel like he's definitely spying on people, for sure. If you don't know, scrying is basically the I want to see what's happening spell, where you can target a person or a place, and if it's a person, you have to make the target makes a wisdom saving throw. The more familiar you are with the target, the harder it is for them to save. If you have something of their possession, or, you know, like their hair or nails, it makes it very difficult for them to succeed. But if you're like, you don't know the guy, like, oh fuck, I think his name was Bill. I can see what I can do to find him. Versus, I have my brother's hair, like, cut off before he left for this big adventure. Because I guess you do that. Then you'd have a really good chance of finding your brother as opposed to the guy named Bill. This could be really good for, you know, Shadinja keeping tabs on people not trying to betray him and take him down when he's totally weak and vulnerable. Now, I'm gonna have to check level 15, because you may already have it. No. Okay. But level 16, we're gonna get, what's this? Ability score improvements. Let's just keep on bumping that dex. So So then we get a good AC. Good AC. See, good AC, and we are just getting. We're so close to our 9th level stuff. Well, you find the corpse. Congratulations, you found the site of death. Or the body. You mostly find the body. That's how I would rule it. Also, fun fact, the eye that you can see out of is invisible, so unless someone is paranoid and can see through invisibility, you're good. I feel like Cologne prevents the whole story of Shadinja. Though I do think Clone is a cool spell. If you want to gain immortality, don't be a lich, don't be a bitch, get Clone. Because Clone will just... Clone is just, hey, do you want another you? Here's your body. You get an inch of cubed flesh. You put it there. Oh man, it's gonna grow in a few months. You get your own body. If you die, you just go straight to there. It's great. It's easy. It's simple. I see nothing. Let's get banishment. Because I like the idea of, like, Shadinja essentially turning his back and having people be sucked into it and presumably banished back to whatever realm they go to, or even just like, you need a timeout. You are going to the void. Get out of here. No. That is rigged. All of this is rigged. Can't even let Bidoof around. You know what? Like how we held person. Why don't we pick up hold monster as well, so we can hold anything in place. Holds monster tightly. Hold monster. Paste. Now level 17, we get level 9 spell access. Now we could go mad with this power. But really, we want one spell here. And that is invulnerability. Invulnerability is a very simple spell. You just don't take damage. You cannot be harmed. You take an action up to 10 minutes with concentration, you can never be hit. Now be careful. We have a bad concentration. So, what this means is we don't usually have to worry about con saves. So, usually how concentration works in D&D, if you're not familiar, is concentration is basically the mechanic where it prevents you from going crazy with spell combos. Like, you couldn't fly and be invisible. I'm sorry, you can't be a hidden stealth jet bomber to fireball at enemies. You have to be either invisible or fly, unless someone else casted it on you. So basically you can be invulnerable, but you can't do, say, be invulnerable and also summon a cool demon, right? You couldn't do both. But normally with concentration, if someone hit you really hard, you could potentially roll to see if you keep the concentration under effect. Usually a DC 10, unless if it's like over 20 damage. Or in that case, it'd be half the damage you got would be the DC. Invulnerability really is just, hey, if you just I don't know, not want to do all the spells, you're good. So now we can play God. We can really, fellas, is it crazy to play God? to play God and feel that you can never really die now. Because, I think we found it, fellas. Because the main thing I was looking for with this build, because I knew I can get invulnerability through this, and that would be the ultimate goal of Shadinja. But let's see how mad with power we can get. How mad. At this point, I think even though we can become perfect and invulnerable, I think we're still paranoid. Because we can only do that once a day. If someone catches us off guard, someone beats us out, then we're done. We're over. Because why we need to make a decoy. So we make a snowman. What if you shape change, turn to an air elemental, go inside stuff and hurts you? I don't really feel like Shadinja's the shapeshifter though. So Simulacrum is basically a funny little clone. It's basically a snowman, which we could just make an ice, just make a shell. Essentially, we just recreate a shell. We essentially tried to recreate us, and is a duplicate of a beast or humanoid within range of the entire casting time, because half a day. The duplicated creature is partially real and formed of ice and snow. It can take actions and effect, and otherwise be affected by a normal creature. It applies to be the same as appears to be the same as the original, but half the creature's hit points, which for us at most would be 31, and is formed of only equipment. Is formed without any equipment. Otherwise, the illusion uses all statistics of the creature it depicts, except it is a construct. Simulacrum is friendly to you and any creatures you designate. It obeys your spoken commands, moving and acting in accordance with your wishes, and acting on your turn in combat. Simulacrum lacks any ability to learn or become more powerful, so it never increases the level or abilities you can regain. Nor can it regain spell slots. So we can use any of our spells, but it can only use them X amount of times. So it's a good way for you as a DM to show off how powerful Shadinja is, without actually using Shadinja, of course. If it is damaged, you can repair it with Alchemy Laboratory, with rare herbs, mending 100 gold per hit point. Simulacrum drops to 0, and it is melted. It is gone. If you cast a spell again, any currently active duplicates you created with the spell are instantly destroyed. So this could be a good way for us to sort of spy around and see is there any holes in our plan? Could anyone destroy us? I think at this point I want to check, see if we have our wizard capstones. Nope, that'd be next level at level 18. Hi, it's level 18. Did you know? The wizard class gets things that isn't spells. It's crazy. I know. So, let's see. Spell mastery. At 18th level, you have achieved such mastery over certain spells that you can cast at will. Choose first level spells and second level spell that are in your spell book. You can cast these spells at the lowest level without expending a spell slot when you have them prepared. If you cast either spell at a higher level, you must expend the spell slot as normal. By spending 8 hours instead, you can exchange one or both spells. You can choose different spells at the same level. So basically, we can just commit to, over a long rest, to decide, say, we want Shield, to cast that at will today. We can cast Shield freely, we can cast Magic Missile freely, just giving free damage. We could do so much. We can cast Protect from Good and Evil any times a day we wanted. We don't have a lot of first levels, but we have a lot of reaction ones, which if we're not going all out with Invulnerability could be really good just to go knocking fights. Same thing with our second levels, because we have quite a few second level spells, because we got invisibility, we've got hold person, let's see. Yeah, we got levitate, we got mirror image. We can just keep on getting mirror images. Like, we can be pretty defensive with some of those basic spells. Let's check out level 2 again, actually. Let's see if there's anything cool we could find there that we could have possibly in our rotation. We could knock whenever we want. Hey, we're a bug. We can always have web. Well, we don't really have web. We're not Ariados or Gravant. We're not doing the Joltik build today. That's like a good old reliable. Well, why don't we speak to the dead? You know, we're kind of a ghost. We can have an affinity with the spirits. Perhaps maybe even confer to those who fought the simulacrum and survived and sort of go, what went wrong? What did they find out that I didn't see? You know what? Never also hurts to have sending. You know, I don't really know what to do now. I'm really just victory lap. Alright, Corrupted Star, hope you rest well. I also want to sleep soon. I know I am later than I was intending, but also I'm doing Wizard today. So, it was not a surprise that I would stay a bit later than I would prefer. Alright, we got into level 9. Hello everyone, welcome to Pan being kind of sleepy. And today we're going to just be absolutely vibing and chilling. Let's see. Is there any other 9th level spells we want? We could just get weird. I said once, I'm never going to bed. Oh, dude, but you can always sleep on the couch. Alright. So, let's look at weird, because weird could be a cool wacky spell, because I think it's really just an AoE Phantasmal Killer. Weird is 120 foot range, up to a minute. Draw on deepest fears on a group of creatures. You can create illusionary creatures in their minds, visible only to them. Creature in 30-foot radius, a sphere centered on a point you can see within range must make a wisdom saving throw. If failed save, the creature becomes frightened for the duration. The illusion calls on the creature's deepest fears, manifesting the worst nightmares and an impeccable threat. At the end of each turn, the frightened creature's turn, it must make a wisdom saving throw, take 4d10 psychic damage. Let's say on success, it passes. So, yeah, it just seems like a mass Phantasmal Killer. Which kind of sounds I mean, hey, we have Phantasmal Killer, why not get weird? Why not get the big weird? Let's see, any other bigger spells? Couches, mouches. In my couches? It's more likely than you think. Oh, maybe here we can have like our cool wizard tower really amped up with guards and wards. Guards and wards is essentially like a really big like. This is a spell that you could use as a player to set up like the defenses, or it could be a spell that you could use as a DM to sort of play around with like how could someone prepare so quickly for a variety of specific defenses or like wacky situations. So I think we're gonna have that because that's always a cool spell to have. Wait, do we have that? I think we skipped our... Yeah, we skipped the level 18 ASIs, so... Let's go for... Oh, alright, well, let's max out that dex. And let's boost that charisma just a little bit, because I feel like we've learned how to be a little bit more horrifying, but that's mostly through finding people's very specific fears. And now we get to level 20, and we ask yourself, Panathen, what does one get out of the level 20 wizard? We get signature spells. At level 20, you gain mastery over 2 powerful spells and can cast them with little effort. Choose 2 third-level wizard spells in your spell book as your signature spells. You always have these spells prepared and don't count against the number of spells you have prepared. And cast each one of them at 3rd level without expending a spell slot. If you do so, you can't do again until you finish a short or long rest. So, also, mind you, it's both of them. If you want to cast either spell at higher level, you must expend a higher spell slot than normal. So basically, out of our 3rd level spells, we can cast any of them at will. So let's look at exactly what our 3rd level spells are to double check. So we could always theoretically counterspell whenever we want. Unlimited counterspell. Well, we get a free counterspell. We can get a free counterspell. Dispel magic I'm not as worried about. Not as active enemies abound, that is an option. Bestow, we could always bestow curses. Fear. Honestly, I'm kind of vibing spell mastery for fear and counterspell. Because I feel like we're very much... Shadinja has built himself more around having people under his thumb, essentially, and filled with the same paranoia that he has, and just avoiding spells to happen. Other than that, let's look at our last spells that we'll pick up. Ooh, this one could be funky. Let's look at Maddening Darkness. Alright, it's a range of 150 feet. Magical darkness spreads from a point you choose within a range of 60-foot radius sphere until the spell ends. Darkness spreads around corners. A creature with dark vision can't see the darkness because it's magical. I mean, I hope a level 8 darkness can be seen through. Non-magical light is as well as light created from spells of an 8th level or lower spell can't illuminate the area. Shrieks, gurgling, and mad laughter can be heard within the sphere. Whenever a creature starts to turn the sphere, must perform some saving throw, take 8d8 psychic damage and a failed save, or not so much, or take damage. So I think we'll take Maddening Darkness because I think that is a real funky spell. And again, we've sort of changed him to be a lot more horrific. Now let's see, what other spell do we want? As a treat. let's look at iBite. You know, why not? Why not iBite? So here's for sure. It's his feet that you can see must be concealed with some saving throw. Fail. You can choose any of the following. Asleep, target also unconscious when it takes any damage if any creature uses action. Alright, so basically auto sleep. Panic targets right of you on each of its turns. The target creature must take a dash action away, move forward, move short, safest, and short step out unless there's no way. The target moves to a place that is 6 feet away from you. Effects, sickened. This guy contact was ability attacks each event. At the end of each of its turns. Yeah, iBite's bad. iBite's real bad. Like, I get it has, like, options. But, like, also, hear me out. They're not great options. You know what? Fuck it. Let's add Liam's secret chest in there because basically, hey, you make a very valuable chest. You have a little replica of the chest. The replica acts as a fob. You can just bump up. It goes to the ethereal plane, which means just no one's gonna find it unless you're chilling lost, like in the latest D&D module, Lost Cathedral, and you could just summon it back with the little replica, but if it breaks, it's just in the ethereal plane for like ever. So I feel like that fits the vibe of a very paranoid shell of a man. So let's look at the story of Shadinja, shall we? So Shadinja started out as a humble Ninkata, deep in the deep underground, in his own little world, and all that he knew was that one day he could come out, and when he does, he's going to feel emotions he's never seen before. He's going to experience flight. He is going to experience joy and happiness with others, and he sticks with it. He believes in this very diligently. And the day comes. He climbs on out, and for a month he's around other of his kind, and they start to cocoon. And Ninkata is gone, and Shadinja wakes up, and Shadinja is hollow. Shadinja is feeling fear that who they once were is gone. They are flying away, and they're just what's left. And as such, the frail body, Shadinja goes out and tries to learn how to never feel harmed ever again like this. In doing so, they learn the ways of the arcane, learning how to do basic protection, enforcing their shell, getting quick means to protect themselves, with quick protection against the elements, or even just basic attacks, being able to protect themselves from creatures of this world, and perhaps even just scare things off so they don't even come close to him. After finding out that there's a specialty of protection, Shadinja focuses in in the College of Abjuration, finding out that there is a way to enhance the ability to protect oneself through the Arcane Ward, essentially calling it his little Wonder Guard, his trick to go through any kind of assault. You could just wave that around and nothing can get past. Well, that's the idea, at least. At this time, he just tries to learn how more of the ideas of magic items, like how do they work, and preventing combats from becoming a problem by having people go into a slumber. In doing so, he uses his back to expel the energy of the spell. In doing so, there's sort of this belief that Shadinja will take one's soul if they look at the back. And at first, this is something that scares him and almost is like a joke. It is a joke, I think. To his expense, of course. At this point, Shadinja makes a breakthrough in magic and discovers the second circle. He finds ways to create illusionary duplicates for people to go for instead of himself. If he ever wanted to escape his threats on the ground, he could always rise himself up, or even have others float on up to not be the problem. With great study, Shadinja made more progress and found better ways to not only hide with invisibility, blending with the shadows, the darkness alike. He also had learned how to freeze people in place, having people believe the myth that his back would his hollow back would steal the soul of others, play a trick on their mind so they believe that they truly are paralyzed, their souls left their body, and have that as means to escape. At this point, Shadinja had been adventuring around other people, and he has encountered many other mages who are greedy to find whatever they seek, whatever's their Wonder Guard. Some it's immortality, some it's the ability to create something far beyond man, but for Shadinja, he just wants to live. He just wants to live and feel safe about it. And to feel safe, he finds ways to prevent other spells from happening or remove effects of intimidating spells on himself or others. At this point, Shadinja also learns that the people around him are the people that allow him to stay alive. Without them, he could simply not survive. He is too frail. And as such, he learns how to project the ward, then he put his own Wonder Guard onto others, very briefly, but to do so. He also learned that many other people believe their allies are the most important people for their own arrangements of sorts. So learning how to manipulate their minds and treat everyone as a foe is a powerful tool to use that he learned from his own friendships and experiences. That the paradigm shift is horrifying. He also learned how to fake his death because Jesus Christ, he has been very close to death many times and decided that would be a better way to get off the radar. Just be dead. Just play dead. No one will ever know. Give it an hour. You can scurry on off. At this point, Shadinja learned how to twist the minds and confuse others from his research, and also found the first key to protection. He perfected the Wonder Guard, he thought. He made a sphere. He used this halo that he's been using as a symbol of his ascension, his promised ascension, to use as a sphere of protection from anything and anyone. There was one flaw with it. It was perfect. Nothing could get through. The problem was nothing could get through. Shadinja was blocked off from the rest of the world, and nothing could touch him, but he was stuck in a bubble. Just like when he was the young Ninkata. And there was safety to it, there was comfort in it, but it was just a monkey's paw, and it could be better. In the pursuit of perfection, things took a bit of a turn for Shadinja. At this point, Shadinja became a lot more paranoid. Shadinja became more fearful that the people that he knew would turn on him, right? That they would exploit his weaknesses. His many weaknesses. And as such, try to become more cunning. He would find ways to stay in the shadows longer, linger around, find ways to subtly manipulate others without them knowing with spells and the like. Even learning how to bestow horrific curses onto people, making people seem a lot more foolish or clumsy or incompetent, perhaps incapable in some cases for short periods of time. But those sorts of periods of time could be so long in a moment. Throughout this time, he learned how to build almost an ultimate defense with the wall of force. It was almost like the sphere, just a little bigger, bit more space. It could be good to contain or to protect. It was better but not perfect. He also learned to, as he claimed, steal the souls of creatures far beyond our understanding. The creatures that he would protect himself with wards, the devils, the angels. He claimed he could charm them all. With a little bit of time, of course, he could just have them under his control, do his bidding. Borrow their soul for a little bit, he'd say. This is when it became a lot more apparent that Shadinja was not going down the path of just wanting to survive. Shadinja was starting to fear. Not just fear itself, but just the idea of what if it could all be taken away. Because it was so easy. At this moment in time, Shadinja became a lot more aggressive with his casual magics, with tolling the dead, being a lot more intense with his, again, more sparing magics. He would become a lot more skilled in warding off other people's spells. He found out keys and weaknesses, and the weaknesses that he slowly realized that he had too, but became almost... He would compensate so hard by going off of everyone else's weaknesses with his counters and ways to remove magic from other wizards' crafts. He would use these insecurities to fuel fear into the masses. Fear of their own weaknesses, their own insecurities, not only physically but mentally as well. But of course, he would protect himself from this. He would not consider himself weak like the others. No. He's learned. No, he has learned. He has. And as such, he forms his own little mental fortress with his halo at times. Perhaps he would give some his fort, include others in the fortress if they are worthy. At this time, his power only grew. As such did his small following. Well, small is a light word when you're comparing nations. You know, save a few at this point. Perhaps for personal gain, perhaps for justice. Who really is to say? At that point, he had developed almost a marvelous shield that he would conjure to protect himself from the elements, give him more protection than any normal shield could obtain. He also was said to form once this brilliant sphere, this almost like he was the world for a moment. And I'm skipping this song because it's way too cheery for the vibe check. There we go. And he developed a globe of invulnerability, a spell that no one who was weaker than him could do anything within it. It was essentially his proof of dominance. As he casted the spell that, unlike him, you're not even a strong enough wizard to go after him, as he would go down on their own weaknesses. Additionally, he learned how to callous the body, harden it, to the point where his body was no longer as frail as it once was. He also learned from the devils and angels that he would collect to do his bidding from time to time, and learn the ways how to perhaps put a divine disguise onto his form to give himself these protections that they once had, this ability of flight that he was promised when he was so young. He knew that this was the promise. This is how one obtains flight. This is how one feels emotions they have never felt before. It was all a test, and he passed. And as such, I was only deserving that he got more. After all, he passed the test. He passed the test of what could be God. So, naturally, Shadinja has the right to do as he pleases, for he got the he's only been rewarded for his patience and hard work. As such, he becomes more crafty. He prepares contingencies, what-if plans. If someone were to exploit a weakness that they think he wouldn't expect, he would prepare traps inside his own layers so that if anyone were to come to him in an unexpected way, if they weren't in the know, they would fall for the trap. At this point, it was said that he was so imbued with magic that spells would do almost nothing to him despite his frail manner. This old shell that you could cast a fireball in, and it would simply shrug off, despite the fact he doesn't have much bone behind him. However, at this point, this is when he learned how to feed on people's fear, go for the jugular, giving people horrific visions. However, he learned also the best way to manipulate people is to cause problems and provide a solution. In doing so, he would learn how to curse underlings and then remove them if they earned it. In doing so, he also would scry and spy on his servants to make sure none of them would betray him. Additionally, he found that no one was truly safe. After all, they could all be probing his mind without him knowing. That's a trick any mildly successful wizard could do. So he made his mind blank, unable to be seen by other minds. No one ever knew what was truly going on in there. No one could ever reach it if he were desired. At this point, he could also get rid of anything he so desired out of this plane. Perhaps even give some people a timeout here and there, place a monster like he would any other man. And then Shadinja made a breakthrough. At this point, he found out the secret, the thing that he spent so long finding out how to do it. How is it possible? He found it. He found the key to invulnerability, the way, the sense of being untouchable. And he did it. He felt this was perfection. This is what the orb and the wall of force should have been. And then he wanted more. But what else could this humble husk ask for? Well, he could ask for what weaknesses did he not think of. So he would make simulacrums, snow-like clones of himself using ice, almost as a hollow to almost sculpt ice. Use that as a shell and awaken it with his experiences, and let them travel the world. Let them see what other adventurers could do with him, especially those who wanted him dead. Go all out. See what they can to find any weakness, so that of course he could overcome it. He's done it before. He's done it thrice. He could do it 4 times. He could do it 5 times. He could always do it. He's got all the time in the world. Doing so, he learned how to do spells almost effortlessly. The spells that the wizards who were just undergoing his apprenticeship would just be impressed. They can cast a magic missile and use that energy. He would use it effortlessly. When he casted a shield, a small barrier, it would be nothing for him. At this point, he'll learn more mundane things. Just speak with the dead and talk to his servants more en masse. This is more of a time for him to catch up on a lot of things, especially those who he felt didn't really want to talk about their experience. You know, with the simulacrums. At this point, he used more spells to guard his ever-growing wizard tower. And he also gained the ability to feed and manipulate people with fear en masse, having them almost feel like he was a god, the god that he would look up to and wish to ascend to as a young Ninkata. And lastly, Shadinja didn't really get any better from then. He simply just made things worse, drove everyone with fear. And no one really knows when Shadinja truly left. Those records are very fuzzy. But it is said that after once casting the mass spell of darkness that drove many of his servants mad in the Wizard Tower, he had hidden his halo in a secret compartment, hidden from our plane, and is hiding it. And after that, not many people really know what happened to Shadinja. Some people claim that this item is a powerful relic. It's cursed. It will possess people, like how the eyes and the hand of Vecna are simply his vessels to give this lich more power. Other people believe that it is merely him passing it on to a worthy apprentice. Whatever it is, no one really knows. After all, it's just hidden in the mists by now, but what we do know is that Shadinja was a age who just want to survive. And doing so, live through the fear. And I'm really tired. I'm gonna end the stream now. Let's see who we can raid. Let's see. It looks like. Alright, looks like Needle Stargazer is doing something called a Xenoverse, something called Pokemon Xenoverse. So I'm kind of curious with that, and I'm gonna pass to someone who's also doing Pokemon, and I really just want to pass out. And she's also got a low view count, so we're gonna support that. Nettle Stargazer. Alright, so, okay. So thank you for anyone who came by, whether past, present, or future. I hope you have a nice day or evening. And until then, I'll wish you a bye-bye.